The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Is now, it says. Roll call vote.
Carlson. Vieira.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Hurtak.
Here.
Goods. Here. Miranda. We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Let's go through the agenda at this time, please. Mr. Hussein.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'd like to make I need to clear the agenda. First, agenda item number 4. This is case REZ 22-44. Please remove this from the agenda. It'll be set at a later date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Council. We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed?
Agenda item number 6 is requesting continuance. That's case REZ 22-108. They're requesting a continuance to June 8th.
So moved.
Hang. Ms. Pointer, I'm going to be tasking if anybody has any objections to the, so on item number 6, file number REZ 22-08, Mr. Shelby.
Just a point, Mr. Chairman. You've been informed that the applicant's representative is not going to be present here tonight due to some issues that prevent that person from being here without getting into specifics. But even with people's objection, this case cannot be heard tonight. It cannot go forward. It will be continued. If they want to speak to the date, they can. But in terms of objecting to a continuance, unless there's a reason that they have standing that they want to do that for purposes of the record, that's one thing, but this case cannot be heard tonight.
Is there any public comment? We're not hearing it right now, we're just hearing about this.
And mind you, Mr. Chairman and members of council, that this is only to, I guess, the date of the continuance, frankly, and with regard to the merits of the case, I would remind council and also members of the public that it is not appropriate to speak to the facts or the merits of the case at this time because it cannot be heard, and it will be continued.
Mr. Shelby, because there is a council person that is going to abstain themselves, should they do that now or before the case is going to be heard at a future date?
My suggestion is, because this is not a ministerial item, and it actually does have significance, and for the purposes of the record, it is appropriate for you, if you do have the appearance of a conflict of interest or a basis to abstain, that you do so at this time prior to the continuance.
Yes, I'm abstaining from voting on this quasi-judicial matter to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest and to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice.
And you have a form to that regard?
Yes, I have the form right here.
And you'd like to receive and have that received and filed?
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Goods.
Mr. Shelby, we're not hearing this case because the applicant is not here, correct, sir?
And there's a reason why the applicant is not here, which precludes him from being here tonight.
Okay, and that can't be stated on the record, correct?
I just stated that you want the actual reason? If you like, I could state what, there is a medical issue that was included in a memo that he had sent to council.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak to the date? Mr. Hussein, what was that date again?
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The request is to move this to June 8th
At 5:01 p.m.
at 5:01 p.m.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Who wishes to speak to the date of the continuance of this file number REZ 22-108?
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Pointer, and I do have standing on this. I own a property within 250 feet of this property. We would like to have it heard before this council retires and the next council is heard. We'd like to have it heard before May the 1st. If not, we can live with the June the 8th. I have about 25 or 30 people who will be attending the hearing. I asked them not to come until later because nobody wants to sit here and wait for number 6 to come along. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak to that date?
My name is Michael McNabb, 2404 South Clark Avenue, 33629. I would like to have the agenda item moved to June 6th as proposed.
June 8th.
I'm sorry, June 8th. I'm not going to be available in May, and I've advised most of the people that were going to come tonight. We were prepared to speak to this, but I've advised them that this was going to be continued. So there isn't anybody here that I've been working with in the neighborhood that's prepared to present tonight. So I would ask you to use that date, and we'll be prepared to speak at that time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to speak to this? What is the pleasure of council? We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
Did we have it announced by the clerk? Wait, did you want to speak to that, or could we have it announced, unless there's a reason why not? If you can, just for the
Madam
purposes,
Clerk?
for the purposes of the record.
Continuance will be held on June 8th at 5:01 p.m.
And again, the vote was,
Okay.
and the reason I ask is because there was Councilwoman Hurtak abstained.
Okay.
Make the announcement, please.
Okay. Continuance will be held on June 8th at 5:01 p.m. Motion carried with Hurtak abstaining.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to say to Ms. Pointer's request, there's the only day left, it would have been next week or April 27th at night. But I presume we couldn't have done that, right?
That date hadn't been considered. I don't know. That wasn't discussed with staff. My understanding is it wasn't discussed with staff. But it has been continued unless, at this point in time, and you've had people speak to it. I don't know the availability of the applicant's representative for that date in April. I'm not aware of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hussein.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The next item requesting a continuance is agenda item number 7. That's case REZ 22-126, requesting a continuance to June 8th.
And I believe the applicant is the same applicant, and for reasons are the same. We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira. Is there a second? Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to continuance date, file number REZ 22-128?
My apologies. I was speaking about number 8. Number 8 is 8008 Inner Bay, and that is the one that was notified on. And I would still like to see it happen beforehand. I prefer that we not have to talk to a new council for weeks on end before it gets heard. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, I believe you're the maker of the motion. No, who was the maker? Councilman Vieira, is it still June 8th?
Sure, I mean, Mr. Shelby, where did June 8th come from? Was that agreed to staff and the applicant?
The answer to that is there is availability on June 8th. That was cleared with staff, and it is
Okay,
acceptable
yeah.
to the applicant.
That's, then again, I don't want to get into issues of new council That has no bearing whatsoever for the record. I'm just going with what staff agreed to with the applicant, and that's it. I don't want to take sides or anything of that nature. I want to be very careful with these things. So that's my rationale.
And the second maker, the second on the motion was Councilman Goods?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
Councilman Maniscalco? Miranda. Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
And again, the date and time for that, please?
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Date and time, please.
Okay. The case will carry till June 8th at 5:01 p.m.
The next item that's requesting continuance is agenda item number 8, case REZ 23-04. This is requesting a continuance to June 8th at 5:01 p.m.
And I believe the same applicant, same reason, correct?
Correct.
Councilman Carlson.
Is there a reason we can't move that one to April 27th?
April 27th is an AB2 night. That's an alcohol night, so we've been keeping them on the same track as the rezoning nights.
And again, that was not discussed with the applicant and the applicant's representative, and 2 of those cases that are being continued have already been continued to June 8th.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I can't speak to his availability.
Will these have to be renoticed?
No, these are continuances.
Then I don't think there's a problem with moving it to the 27th. It's an extenuating circumstance, but that's just,
If I may, may I, sir?
Councilman
Thank
Vieira.
you. So again, I want to confirm with Mr. Shelby, because this is something that was agreed to with staff and the applicant, correct? In terms of June 8th, because I want to know where these dates come from.
The date comes from the second Thursday of every month has a night meeting for rezonings. The 4th meeting of the month is reserved for special use for alcoholic beverages and perhaps future land use map amendments or text amendments. That's just the standard process. So I suspect what the staff looked at, and Ms. Dock is present. I spoke with Ms. Dock this morning. There were 2 dates that were discussed, the one in May, which is the next available Tuesday, second Tuesday, or the one in June, that's the June 8th date. In speaking with Mr. Michelini, he had indicated his preference for the June date. And on that basis, there was availability for that date. And whether it was the May date or the June date, the date in April was not discussed with either staff, or was it discussed with the applicant's representative.
I just, how can I put this? I mean, to me, this should be a plain vanilla process that has no bearing on what council members are going to hear it. To me, that's when that gets brought up and then city council acts based upon that, to me, that's just troubling for me. For this guy right here, that's a little troubling. Again, I just want to go through the plain vanilla process, blinders on, not looking at who's dealing with it, et cetera, because these cases have to be handled in a certain way as far as I see it. Again, we could, if we set it up in 2 weeks and it's something that's according to normal and standard process and procedure, I'm fine with it. 2 months, I don't care, so long as the process is followed.
If you do it tonight, you would do it without any understanding of what the status of the applicant's representative is relative to that date. That being the case, I would agree with you that if there were extenuating circumstances, for instance, if this case was a continued case and there were a lot of facts already in evidence and it was a substantially large record and it had to be done and it was very time sensitive, then one could make that case. But I have not heard that, or unless council feels that is necessary.
Councilman Carlson.
But for a continuance, we asked for the public to give input, and your instructions to the public was only give, because it has to be continued, I'm paraphrasing, because it has to be continued, they can only give input as to the June 8th date. So they gave input to say we don't want, at least once, I don't know who all is going to speak now on this item, they spoke on the other item, but if the public says we would rather have April 27th, we don't want June 8th, then what do we do? The public came here to give input, and we're supposed to take input from them. Why can't we put it on the date that the public wants?
Because, first of all, First of all, it's the applicant who has the burden here of having to put their case forward. That's number one. But number two, and more important, I don't believe that, well, let me just rephrase it. I share Councilman Vieira's concern. It almost appears as what we would say in the court forum shopping. And that.
But what if they want to put it on September 8th or something instead of June? I mean, what's the purpose of taking public input if we can't use it?
That's a fair question. The question is, if the reason that somebody continues something is the applicant just doesn't, the room is too full, or there's too many things on the agenda, if it's for that sort of reason, council in the past has taken taken into account the people who were here to be able to testify to this, and then council in the past has weighed that against the reason that the petitioner wants the continuance. And in times that is weighed one way, and depending on the circumstances, it's weighed another. In this case, the petitioner, in other cases, the applicant's representative was there and could have been able to go forward and present, and in some cases they did. But in this case, there's no way physically, in any way, shape, or form that this case is going forward tonight. So one can state their objection perhaps to the particular date that's being chosen, but ultimately the question is there a reason that it can't be heard on June 8th? And I did not hear a reason. Maybe council members did hear that reason. If that's the case, they can weigh that.
Any other comments? I believe the motion was made by Councilman Vieira.
I've made all the motions. This is something that should take us 2 minutes, and it's, and I.
Yes. Again, well, yes, we have, but we'll try it one more time. If anybody would like to speak to the date of June 8th being the continuance of case file number REZ 23-08, agenda item number 8, please come forward.
Let's try this again. If the applicant was prepared to be here tonight and did not have a medical issue, then he would be prepared for the 27th of April. I'm just saying. I have neighbors downstairs who are on their way up. They knew this was number 8. I mean, I have testified the day I've had surgery at City Council. I've made things happen. So when neighbors spend time and energy, and I know all of you received emails in the last 24, 48 hours, a considerable number of emails, why can't we have this on the 27th? We've mixed AB nights and land use before. It would not be completely a unique situation. I've got neighbors who are on their way up, they're parking now.
Councilman Goods.
You know, sometimes you have unique situations that do arise. And I would agree with Ms. Pointer, but that's where it gets sticky. Apparently, Ms. Dodd's office has already brokered the deal with the applicant for June the 8th, correct? So it's kind of like if I went in and I brokered the deal already, said, Ms. Dodd, I could be on the 8th, and staff had already told them the 8th, and now to come back to say that deal can't be broken because I don't really know what the circumstance with the applicant is. Will they be available for the April 27th date? So what's going on? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword with this right now. And I feel for the citizens who take their time to come and be here, to be heard, but this is a funky situation. Would be correct in saying that a deal was brokered previously?
Yes, LaShawn, Doc Development Coordination, and that is correct, Council. I spoke with the applicant. The applicant contacted our office, stated that he could not make it to the hearing tonight in person for medical reasons. And applicants normally will reach out to staff. They want to know what's the next available date if they're going to ask for a continuance. So we typically always speak with the applicants to let them know, is the agenda full or not? And also, we keep in mind, we have rezonings on rezoning nights. We have alcohol cases on alcohol nights, comp plan amendments on alcohol nights. Starting January 1st, that was the agreement as to the way we would schedule cases. So it certainly is up to council, but when I spoke with the applicant, June was the available date.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, there's a problem with this system, and we somehow need to change this systemically, and I know the state's trying to work in the other direction, but that what some folks have gotten the Business Journal to write is that people in the community want predictability, and they want to be able to know what the rules are. Well, the rules are there. There's been a long public process to create a comprehensive plan. There's a long public process to create the zoning code. So neighbors in good faith buy houses, other owners buy property around these properties in good faith, and for some reason we cater to the people who want to break the rules. An application to change the zoning or change the comprehensive plan is saying that you want city council to approve breaking the rules, and why do we give preference to the people who want to change the rules versus the people who have made investments in communities? I don't understand that. If the public wants a certain date, why wouldn't we go with that?
If I may, Kate Wells, Legal Department, I just want to respond to that one comment. A request to rezone property is not a person's attempt to break the rules. The ability to rezone property is allowed in our code. There's a process that is established in the Land Development Code, and that is the process that is being followed here. With regard to the request for continuance, I believe this is the first request for continuance for this application. And typically, council has deferred to the dates that the applicant requests, keeping in mind that the applicant is a party to that application. Interested members of the public, however interested they may be, are not parties to that application. So when you want to provide due process, you have historically honored the date requested by the applicant.
What is the pleasure of council? Is there any more public comment about the date of agenda number 8, file number REZ 23-04?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
I would move to continue to April 27th.
Please.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Councilman Vieira, you're
Thank you. We've just been told by our attorney that there is a process that should go forward. Now we're going against that process. I'm not going to make accusations in terms of what's happening here, but this is just not good precedent. Our attorney has also brought up something regarding, I won't call it forum shopping, but something akin to that. Let's just go with what the stated rules are. I don't care on when it's set. I really don't care if it's this week or next week, but there are certain rules that have been given that we've spent 20 minutes on this issue. This shouldn't be an issue. This is, again, we're putting issues in dispute that should not be in dispute, right? Just my opinion.
Councilman Goods.
Yeah, Mr. Vera, I have to agree. Rules are a rule. I mean, and since I've been here, when people come and ask for a certain date for a continuance, we've done it, and staff has agreed to what that date is. So today, to just change that, I don't think it would be right. And I couldn't support the 27th, even though I understand I love communities, but you don't know if the applicant can be here on the 27th. You don't know what the conditions are. That's why I asked them to state what the conditions were. It's medical, so you don't know what medical means. So I just say that, you know, if that's what they prefer, because maybe they didn't indulge all of their medical with Ms. Dodd, just saying the 8th or whatever. So I would just say, let's just go ahead and move this to the 8th. I'm sorry for the community, but again, when you say medical, to me, you just don't know what to expect. And the 27th could be a short period of time that they still can't be here and still ask for another continuance.
And may I amend
Councilman Vieira.
And if the applicant is fine with April 27th, I'm fine with April 27th. If they're fine with having it tomorrow and we're here tomorrow, I'm fine with tomorrow, whatever it is. It's just, again, I'm not going to repeat my reasons. Thank you.
Any further discussion? We have a motion that has been made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. think we better take a roll call vote on this.
Miranda,
No.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
No.
Viera,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro.
No.
Motion did not pass.
May I have another motion, please?
With Miranda, Goods, Viera, Citro voting no.
All right, motion to continue item number 8 to June 8th, 2023 at 5:01 PM.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Again, for the purposes of the public, Madam Clerk, if you could announce that date, please.
Okay. Hearing will be held on June 8th at 5:01 PM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. The next item, agenda item number 14, that is case REZ 22-95. Please remove from the agenda due to a misnotice.
So move. Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco, to remove agenda item number 14, file number REZ 22-95. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
Last, there is a CPA and a rezoning that the applicant is here, number 1 and number 12. I believe we have Dave Mechanic here. Speak on it.
We are going to, before we proceed any further, Mr. Mechanic, I do apologize for this. With agenda item number 1 and agenda item number 12 will be heard at the same time. With agenda item number 2, agenda item number 3 will be held at the same time. However, we do have a walk-on very quickly. Ms. Rebecca Johns is here for that.
If,
Councilman Good.
Will this be related to the motion I was asked to present for item 15?
Thank you.
item 15.
Ms. Johns?
And when you say taken at the same time, they're going to be taken, we're going to move item up to be heard immediately after item number 1.
Correct.
And same with item number 2 will be heard, and number 3 will be heard
That is
immediately after
correct.
that. Thank you.
I think they're, okay, so Walker's gonna be heard first, number 15?
Yes.
It's not a walk-on, is it? It's an agenda item. It's actually-
Agenda item number 15 will be heard first. Thank you.
Good evening, Rebecca Johns, Legal Department. This is the first public hearing for the Master Infrastructure and Riverwalk Agreement for Rome Yard. If you recall, we were here on March 23rd having this first hearing. There was then an issue with the Tampa Bay Times where they had not properly published the notice, which we discovered after the hearing. So we are here again tonight to present this to you for your vote. I'll just briefly summarize the agreement since you're all very familiar with the project. The agreement covers 5 different areas: the existing infrastructure, the upgraded and new infrastructure, the construction of the Riverwalk, the maintenance obligations, and the potential encroachments into the city easements. Part of the infrastructure that will be upgraded are stormwater system and additional sanitary sewer systems. The developer will also be constructing a new public roadway that connects Willow Avenue to Oregon Avenue. The maintenance obligations are set out in Exhibit 6 of the agreement. So that shows whether the developer or the city is going to be constructing and maintaining. Exhibit 2 to the agreement is also a phasing and timing plan that sets out the dates of anticipated commencement of the construction of each phase and the anticipated completion of each phase. That will be coming back to you on April 20th as a separate item for your approval. So we're just asking, you don't approve anything tonight. This is just the first public hearing if the public has any comments. And we ask that, per the statute, the date for the second public hearing of April 20th be announced at the end of this public hearing. The developer is here if you have any questions.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to open all the public hearings. We did not do that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there anyone that is in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item? Yes, that's what I'm doing right now.
We opened the public hearing.
We opened the public hearing, and now, because Ms. John, as John says, has given us the formalities of it, now I'm going to ask for public comment.
I'm sorry I left the room. Please forgive me. My apologies, Mr. Chairman, members of council.
Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 15, which is being heard now, which is file number PH 23-80116?
Mr. Chairman,
Petitioner, please.
Jake Kramer, 401 East Jackson Street, number 2100, here for the applicant, Related Urban. I wish I had a good Taylor Swift quip for you tonight. I don't. I'm not clever enough.
Shake it off.
Just, there you go. Let's shake it off. We had a publication issue. We'll be back next week for the final approval, hopefully. Appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online that wanted to speak to this? I do not believe so. All I'm seeing is the applicant representatives. Okay, can you please announce the date?
Yes.
Please and thank you.
Second public hearing is scheduled for April 20th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you.
You are welcome. The first one that we are going to hear, item number 1, file number TCC 22-20. That is a non-quasi-judicial. So I won't ask that anybody be sworn in. However, if something happens and we hear agenda item number 12, that is quasi-judicial, and I will be asking for people to be sworn in at that time. So, petitioner for file number TCC 22-20, which is agenda item number 1, please come forward.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Mechanic here on behalf of the applicant. We are here at your pleasure. We would present item 1 and 12 together or separately as you see fit.
Mechanic, I believe we have to hear from staff first.
I understand. People were waving me up here. I'm more than happy to come up second.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Diego Guerra, Planning Commission staff. Again, this is the map amendment, TCC Pm 22-20, located at 5507 East Washington Street. Can I zoom out a little? This is a privately initiated plan amendment, a small-scale plan amendment, approximately 3 1/4 acres. And proposal from transitional use 24 to residential 35. The site is generally located in the central planning district, specifically in the east side commercial neighborhood, and the site is also located in the coastal hazard area. This is an aerial of the site. As you can see, East Washington Street is located directly to the north of the site. South 56th Street is located directly to the east of the site. The Summit Expressway is located just north and just north of the site, and on the north side of the East Summit Expressway is industrial. It's industrial. This is a picture of the site, taken of the site facing south. Again, picture of the site looking down looking down East Washington Street west. The subject site is located to the left-hand side of the image. Again, picture down East Washington Street with the subject site on the left-hand side of the image. Subject site on the east side or right side of the image. We're looking down East Washington Street, heading east. Subject site to the south, approximately center of the subject site, looking across East Washington Street. And this is this is a plan amendment TACPA 20-24, I believe, or 24-20. Let me double check. 20-24. At the time of this image capture, the subject site, this particular subject site was being cleared and is located directly across to the street to the northeast of the proposed subject site that 22-20 is the subject of. This is an image further down, looking east, down towards the subject site on East Washington. As you can see, this is the only ingress-egress route of the subject site. The subject site, as mentioned, is located in the coastal high hazard area, and part of this ingress-egress route is also located within the coastal high hazard area as well. This is the future land use map currently, with the subject site bounded by the dark black dashed line. This is the proposed future land use map with the subject site and the proposed land use change bounded by the dark black dashed line. Impacts. The currently existing future land use allows for 28 dwelling units, or approximately a little over 212 square feet of non-residential uses. With the proposed future land use change, the dwelling units would increase to allowable of 113, and the non-residential uses would decrease to approximately a little under 85,000 square feet. The request would eliminate the consideration of light industrial and intense commercial uses as well. We did receive objections from Tampa City staff. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Planning Commission's 7 November public hearing, the Planning Commission found the plan amendment consistent with the goal and objectives of the comprehensive plan, and stated this particular policy for consistency. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions as well.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Councilman Goods.
So good evening, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Can we clarify for the record, so are we opening the rezoning along with the comp plan amendment?
No.
Okay, so just,
We're not opening it,
okay.
but we will.
We will hear just the comp plan amendment first and then the rezoning
Yes.
after? Okay. All right, so I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I do have a question for staff. What were staff's objections?
Is that for the zoning or is that for the comp plan? That's the question.
I thought we were just talking about the comp plan.
That's correct.
So and it said that the city staff had objections, so I wanted to know what the city staff objections were to the comp plan.
Good evening. Frank Hall with the City Planning Department. Our objections were based primarily on the fact that it is in the coastal high hazard area and that it was going to add additional density to a road, adjacent to a road that has no plans to be upgraded.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilman Miranda.
If there's a road that has no plans for being upgraded, who's gonna be responsible for the road? Who owns the road now?
I believe it is the city's.
You believe or you know?
I do not know for certain.
There's a vast difference in
Yes,
believing and knowing.
there is a vast difference, yes. I'd have to check on that for certain, but I believe it is under the city's jurisdiction.
Can we hear from transportation?
Jonathan Scott, Mobility. That road is actually going to be updated. There's a requirement of the developer for the rezoning that was just to the east of it. Now, this same condition will be placed on the rezoning for this property as well, but that other property is probably going to do it before this one. So they've already got plans in to update that road.
Councilman Goods.
That's what I thought. There's another building in the back of that that's being done. It was zoned, what, 2 years ago?
Very recently.
And they're doing the road back there, correct?
Yeah, they're going to do that whole road. That was a requirement of that rezoning. That's correct.
So if we already know they're gonna do that road, I'm confused about the objection. If we know the road's got, if the other development had approval for that road to get done, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that might have been just an error that they didn't know about, but that will be updated, and that was a requirement of the developer.
Thank you, sir.
My turn? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic, 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Here on behalf of the applicant, Jonathan Stanton. I also have with me this evening John LaRocca, urban planner, and Ricky Pederica, our arborist of this project. Just to make crystal clear, my client is the owner of the property on rezoning REZ 21-62. The zoning requirement includes a requirement to improve that road. This was long before the staff wrote their recommendation. I have no idea how they could be so far behind the curve on something like this, but it's been on the books for 2 years now. So the road will be improved. We, as indicated, the Planning Commission voted to unanimously, I believe, to recommend approval of this plan amendment. The staff here today is also recommending that the request is consistent. I would, at this point, turn it over to John LaRocca to discuss the details of the plan amendment application. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I'm John LaRocca, Murphy LaRocca Consulting Group, urban planner, address 3225 South McDill Avenue, Suite 129, 320 Tampa. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation for the comprehensive land use plan amendment. We're going to try to keep this compartmentalized and talk about the zoning issues in the next hearing. If whoever is getting that started, if we can pull up CPA 22-20 PowerPoint presentation, I'd appreciate it. There we are. And I may need a little primer again on how to manipulate this device, but I'll try it and see if it works. So we will be addressing the comprehensive plan amendment issues and specifically related to the comments made by the Planning Commission. As David indicated, the Planning Commission found this application consistent, as did the staff in its recommendation. Overall, the issue here that was raised by the Planning Commission was the coastal high hazard, the property being in the coastal high hazard area, and obviously the roadway. David addressed that, and that was going to be part of my brief presentation regarding the plan amendment. If I may. This is a aerial photograph depicting the property on the Palm River looking from west to east toward the downtown skyline. The Selman Expressway is to the right on this image. As was indicated earlier in the presentation by the Planning Commission, directly to the north is the Selman Expressway, an industrial area and State Road 60 or Adamo Drive. Directly at the end of what is now an unimproved Washington Street that will be improved pursuant to previous action in the immediate area based by the same client and applicant, is 50th Street. With that said, moving on, this particular image represents the location of the property outlined in red with the arrows pointing toward it. East Washington Street is on the north side of the property. The Selman Expressway is to the north. The industrial area between Adamo, State Road 60, and the Selman is north of the Selman Expressway. The property outlined in yellow is the area that was approved, Plan Amendment 20-24 in October of 2021. There was a subsequent rezoning. That a part of that rezoning was the requirement to improve Washington Street. That is and will be presented later this evening. With that said, again, this is an image of the 4-story buildings. They're very similar to the buildings that will be subject to this request with the density that's being proposed through this comprehensive plan amendment.
I was just going to add, but I think Councilwoman Hurtak will say it best.
We are not able to look at that right
Okay.
now. We're
Okay.
strictly looking
So,
at the comp plan amendment.
With that said, then I'll leave this image here, and I will say there are a couple of points that I want to make regarding this particular presentation, regarding the comprehensive plan amendment. Regarding the coastal high hazard matter, the site will be elevated approximately 6.5 feet to meet minimum flood elevation and building code standards for new construction. Those standards require all finished building floor elevations for living space 6 inches above any recorded flood elevation, and all living space shall be a minimum of 1.5 feet above the crown of the street adjacent to the property. As a result, the development of this density that may be developed with apartments will be above the 100-year flood elevation and post-elevation condition. Regarding the need for evacuations, again, all of my comments are related to the coastal high hazard issue because that seems to be the issue that was presented as a concern. Regarding the need for evacuations during a storm event, the site will not be burdened by limited accessibility to evacuation routes during a storm. Washington Street adjacent to the site, based on the documentation based on a previous action and approval by this city council, Washington Street is planned to be improved and will be improved at this location. And the funds are being utilized by appropriated by the state of Florida. It's important to mention the applicant obtained the similar land use plan amendment to the property directly to the northeast and followed by a subsequent rezoning. The proposed street improvements will provide better access to the neighborhood while at the same time improving access for residents in times of need for hurricane evacuation during storm events. The site's location with the improvement to Washington Street will have direct, immediate 3 to 5 minutes and easy access to 50th Street, the Selman Expressway, and State Road 60 Adamo Drive. And a potential for hurricane shelters, all indications based on historical information, adequate shelter capacity would be available for those seeking shelter space at locations north and east of the area. I will not go into details regarding all of the assessments and analysis and review against policies and plans. The Planning Commission did support this application, found it consistent, will be available to answer any questions.
Any comments or any questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have a question for staff. Can you bring those pictures up again? There was a photo that had the future land use, one of those photos, any of them?
Yes, ma'am, give me a sec.
The green line is coastal high hazard area, correct?
That is correct, ma'am, yes.
So looking to the right, the land that's enclosed by that green line is not in the coastal high hazard area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
It is elevated.
That's what I thought. Thank you. That was my question.
Mr. Hay.
Just for clarification, you are correct, it is an island, but there is a policy within the comp plan that talks about isolated islands. When you have an island like that, it's deemed to be in the coastal high hazard area.
Yes, but I was talking about the other development, not the development that's in front of us right now.
Right, the one to the east, it's in an island, with the coastal hazard around it. And then the policy states that when you have an island like that, it's deemed to be in the
Okay.
coastal hazard.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you. Mr. Mechanic, does that conclude your presentation?
I just have one remark to wrap up, and I will finish. I would just like to point out, there's a lot of misconception here, but coastal management policy and the comp plan 1.2.5 specifically authorizes increases in density if there are no negative impacts to hurricane evacuation times, routes, and shelter demands. Mr. LaRocca's testimony indicated that there were no adverse impacts to any of these facilities, and we would respectfully request your approval of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 1, which is file number TCCPA 22-20? Do we have anyone online, Madam Clerk?
Right here. I'm here. You guys hear me?
Who is speaking?
This is Tim Healy, Frontier Engineering, address 803 North Howard Avenue, Tampa, 33606. So I like to speak, I just want to reiterate, we're working with the city of Tampa on the roadway improvement. Just to give you an overview, we're going to be required to add 2 feet to each side of that road, to the north and the south. Frontier Engineering is working with Advantage Engineering. They're providing adequate drainage improvements as well. And we have Armstrong Engineering that's working with EPC for all issues related to wetlands, so on and so forth. At this point, we've moved forward, like you guys said, on the previous project to the east. We have stationing laid in, and I'm working with Cal Hardy. And right now, Cal is just waiting on some negotiations with FDOT because they were the funders of some of the appropriations to improve this roadway. So I can answer any questions if you guys need to ask on the road. There will be also sufficient water line and sewer line run on this roadway for us and to the adjoining parcels, the adjoining neighbors. So that's about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else in chambers?
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. This is an interesting project for me. The coastal hazard area discussion that's been happening and continues to happen is really important in the city of Tampa. What strikes me about this is, I'm also a member of the Sierra Club's Conservation Committee locally. I think about this issue a lot about, if you look at the picture of that parcel from above, that's an important barrier in my, as a non-expert on this. However, what really struck me about the presentation was that there's already a use for it, which is very commercial and industrial intensive compared to what is being proposed. What I'm seeing is an increase in density on units, but I'm seeing a dramatic decrease in commercial and industrial use. I think there's a question that the city needs to be asking in the upcoming coastal high hazard area reports that are, I think, being worked on about what is resilient housing. I don't think single family homes are resilient housing. I don't know if a 30-story apartment building is either. I would love experts to tell me that. I don't know the answer to that question. But what I do see here is that whatever natural barrier exists here is already vulnerable in the current comp plan use. I see this as an improvement. I would rather there be housing there than a big warehouse with a bunch of parking lots. Neither are an empty, pristine park, a wetland area, but we're kind of past that on a lot of these things. So what I see are 2 options on the table: keep it as it is, or let there be housing. And so I would support this, even though I don't love, obviously, that it is a basically a barrier in our coastal hazard area, but I don't see it remaining that way regardless.
Anyone else in chambers? Mr. Mechanic, rebuttal?
No, sir.
Well, we have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. Councilman Miranda.
Item number 1, file number CPA 2220, orders being presented for first reading consideration. An orders amending the Image 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan future land use element, future land use map for the property located 5507 East Washington Street from transitional use 24 TU/24 to residential 35 R35, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict, providing preservability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Any further comments? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I absolutely cannot support this, putting coastal high hazard area, if you're talking about going up like a substantive amount just to put a base level, and then, I mean, give it 2 more years and that flood elevation is going to be even higher. I tend to agree with what Mr. Hagan said about it being a barrier space, and I think it ought to remain.
Any other comments? Roll call. Vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Ms. Stock.
Yes, Council, thank you. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. This next item is item number 12. This is REZ 2323. It is for the same property. It is at 5507 East Washington Street. The applicant is represented by Dave Mechanic and John LaRocca. The request is to rezone the property from RM16 residential multifamily to PD Plan Development for residential multifamily. And I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission to give their report, and I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Before we go any further, anyone who is going to be giving any kind of testimony to any of the further quasi-judicial cases on the agenda, would you please rise to be sworn in?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Staff, please proceed.
Good evening, council members. Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. This subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the east side commercial neighborhood. Transit service is provided 0.7 miles southwest of the site, and Palm River Park is the closest recreational facility, also located 0.7 miles southwest of the site. The subject site is within the coastal high hazard, as you just heard, and the coastal planning area, along with the level A evacuation zone. Rezonings that increase the number of residential units within the coastal planning area shall mitigate further impact on shelter space. Here's an aerial of the subject site. I'm sure you guys are familiar with this aerial now after the comprehensive plan amendment. It's south of the Selman Expressway and East Washington Street, and east of South 56th Street, you have the Palm River here, and south of the Palm River, you have unincorporated Hillsborough County. And here is a map of the future land use designations. With the approval of Tcc Pm 2220, the site would be recognized under the residential 35, like this parcel to the northwest. Once you go north of the Selman Expressway, you have the heavy industrial uses, a small amount of RMU 100, and then you have a little bit of community mixed use 35 here, which is where the Shriners building is at. The land use designation south of the Palm River is unincorporated Hillsborough County future land use designation for residential single-family homes. The request is to rezone 3.25 acres from residential multifamily 16 zoning district to planned development zoning district to permit 113 multifamily dwelling units. 113 dwelling units is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 35 designation. Since the request exceeds the by right density allowed under the R35 designation, the applicant plans to enter into a bonus agreement with the city. The subject site is located in proximity to a corridor identified as the bypass canal trail. The applicant should coordinate with the city transportation department to ensure that no negative impacts are generated by this development on the identified corridor. Additionally, in the city's DRC report dated January 23rd, 2023, City Natural Resources Department has raised concerns about the proposed reduction in the number of trees on site that are proposed to be retained. Planning Commission staff encourages the applicant to continue to work with the City Natural Resource Department during the development review process. And lastly, the applicant has mistakenly recorded 114 proposed dwelling units on the site. City staff and the applicant are aware of this error, and applicant has agreed to correct the proposed units and reference 113 dwelling units on the plan between first and second reading. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff has found the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And this requested PD, council would allow for development of the property with 113 residential multifamily units. The subject site contains 141,736 square feet, or 3.25 acres. The subject site has frontage of approximately 341 feet, with the depth measuring at 505 feet on the west and 320 feet on the east. The southern boundary has a width of 354 feet. And as mentioned earlier, the development to the east, which I'll show you in a second on the aerial map, has been recently approved through a rezoning for residential multifamily. It's 2 parcels to the east at the end of Washington. But within the staff report on page 2, I have provided a table which gives the data provided within the PD site plan. So there are 2 buildings proposed on the site. This is the site plan, and just to orient you, this is Washington Street. So this is the property boundary. And you can see the surface parking that will be located on site. Here is the building identified, Building B, Building A, and then this is the office and clubhouse and pool that will be located on site. And you can see that both buildings are proposed at 4 stories, and Building A is proposed at 14,184 square feet, and Building B is proposed at 16,431 square feet. A total of 199 parking spaces are required, and 173 spaces are provided, which is a 13% reduction. This rezoning request also, as mentioned earlier, has an associated bonus agreement. So the developer has agreed to provide for increased bonus density of 35 dwelling units. They are providing 10% of the dwelling units as affordable. So given the site contains 3.25 acres, the maximum number of units allowed is 113, and the applicant proposes 113 units. And I have an aerial of the site to provide. So this is the site on the map identified in red. This is Washington Street. This is 56th. And you have 50th that's off the edge of this picture to the west. And then here's some pictures of the site. So this is starting at the corner at 50th Street and working our way east to the site. This is a view when you're looking east on Washington at 50th. This is the commercial at the corner at 50th Street. As we head east toward the site, that's the Shriners that's located on Washington. This is this is west of the site. So a lot of the land surrounding this site is vacant, as you'll see. This is the site, which is fenced. That's another view. And then we head east of the site. So this is a view. If you're at the site is on this picture off to the right. And then this is the project that was approved in 21, the rezoning for residential multifamily. This is further east of the site, views east. That's the subject site from the previous rezoning. And then there's a single-family residential home that exists. This is on Washington. This is north of the site. This is another view of that single-family residential. And this is if you're on Washington, the site is to the left in this picture, and that's if you're looking west. The DRC staff has reviewed the request and finds the request consistent. There are site plan modifications required to be made to the site plan between first and second reading. I do have a revised revision sheet that I'm going to pass out to you, council. There's one of the changes that is listed on the revised revision sheet is the requirement for the applicant to combine two of the buildings that are on site, and that is the office building and the pool building. So let me just show you. This is to meet fire code. So this is the office building and this is the clubhouse. So they would just combine those two. That's in addition to the changes that were listed in the revision sheet. And the applicant does agree to make that change between first and second reading. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I believe there were 5 or 6 waivers with this.
Yes.
Can you please explain those waivers?
Yes, absolutely. So the first waiver that is requested is to reduce the number of parking spaces from 199 to 173, a 13% reduction. The second waiver is to reduce the loading berths from 1 to 0. The third waiver is relating to the removal of trees. So there are 4 non-hazardous grand oaks on site. And this allows for removal of those trees, and then they provided reasonable reconfiguration as required by code. The fourth waiver is for 27284 3.3, another natural resources waiver. It's relating to the green space required, and instead of 350 square feet per unit, they will provide 250 square feet per unit. They're requesting to reduce the required use-to-use buffer. And that is the buffer that is adjacent to the C use on east.
Can you
And
repeat
on
the green space buffer? You said 150 or 250 to 250.
Oh, there's 350 required,
Okay.
350 square feet required, and they're providing 250 square
Okay.
feet per unit.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's 225, I think, per unit, 225 square feet.
Or 225 square feet is what they're providing per unit. And then waiver number 5, for 27-284.3.1, the request is to reduce the required tree retention from 50% to 20%. And those
Thank
were the
you.
waivers requested, yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? Thank you. Petitioner.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic, here on behalf of the applicant, Jonathan Stanton. My address is 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I have with me Mr. Stanton. I also have with me John LaRocca, urban planner, and our arborist, Ricky Pederica. Before I introduce Mr. LaRocca and Mr. Pederica, I just wanted to mention to you that the request for the increase in density allows for my client to provide for affordable housing units for this project, 14 affordable housing units, which will be provided via a bonus density agreement that has been negotiated with the legal department. I'd like to also make note of the fact that the staff has stated that the application is overall consistent with the city code. And I would like to also state for the record that we agree with all of the changes which have been requested by the staff. And if council is inclined to approve this application, we will make those changes between first and second reading. At this point, I'd like Mr. LaRocca to give you an overview of the project. Thank you.
Okay, John LaRocca again, 3225 South McDill Avenue. I've been sworn. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, REZ 2323, if that can be pulled up, I'd appreciate it. Okay. Obviously, as City Council knows, this is a very detailed iterative process that we go through. We've spoken earlier and action taken on the comprehensive plan amendment. The rezoning follows that, and much of what is being done with the zoning is consistent with the request being made or as granted by the comprehensive plan amendment. This, and I'm not going to repeat all that went into the presentations. It's in the record. We, as Mr. Mechanic indicated, we agree with all of the recommended revisions. We've worked diligently with the staff. The staff has worked hard with us. It's a unique site. It has some unique design issues and criteria, and at the end of the day, we're proposing something that is consistent with what the general concept of the concept plan in the broader area has, and it's consistent with what was approved by this council a year and a half ago. With that said, this is a rezoning of property at 5507 East Washington Street. What you see before you is the same aerial that I showed at the plan amendment to give you a locational perspective looking east toward the central business district, the Leroy Selman Expressway, to the right in this map, but directly to the north. Site plan that LaShawn Dock presented in her presentation is essentially illustrating two four-story buildings on the western and southern edge of the property. The property is on the Palm River. The site designers, site engineer, environmentalists, architect have all tried to make this site as compatible with what works at that particular location, with the ability, and again, to provide an affordable housing component. Again, the same illustration that we showed earlier. The area in red is the site of this request for rezoning for the 113 units that obviously will be noted and corrected in the plan. There was a typo or something overlooked on our part when we designed that plan for submittal. The area that was approved in October of 2021 is the area marked in yellow for a very similar designed development by the same developer applicant. This is an image of the two buildings as they are situated on the site. This is looking from southeast to northwest. The PD zoning is based on the current review of the application of the comprehensive plan and making the assumption that it would be amended to the Res 35. This proposal maximizes the amount of density that's utilizing a bonus agreement to build 35 dwelling units to the acre, and including an affordable housing component as part of that bonus agreement. The potential for 113 units are part of this plan. It's a density increase from 24 units to 35 through this amendment, and there's the affordable housing component that's critical to this request and the number of units that are presented this evening. I remind you, as was talked about earlier, the previous zoning approval required the improvement to Washington Street. All the images or photographs you saw this evening showed the existing condition. While the road hasn't been finally designed and details haven't been finalized, that road will be improved. That will provide, before this is developed, so that there be adequate and proper and immediate access to both 50th Street, the Selman Expressway, Adamo, and as it relates to hurricane evacuation and other issues related to the coastal high hazard and the environmental issues that have been talked about. Again, as we had indicated earlier, the site is being raised to accommodate minimum flood elevation code requirements. And again, this is an image of the site. This is the proposal looking at in the future with the two complexes being built at this particular location with the approval should this zoning be approved. The previous development is approved for 232 units. This one will be 113 for a total of 345. In summary, this is only one of few vacant parcels in Tampa near these principal highways and easy access to the central business district. It's a man-made parcel with no native vegetation, and it's comprised of a substantial amount of fill, 100%. Designated affordable housing is being proposed 14 units through a bonus agreement with the city of Tampa. The current multifamily unit use that's permitted with the transitional zoning permits up to 24 dwelling units to the acre today, and the site would have to be improved to meet standards. As I indicated, there are 2 4-story buildings, and I'd like to leave this as the final image on the river. The plant rowing team is located, has a maintenance and training facility to the east, and as was presented earlier this evening, there's other development on the western end of Washington. It's not isolated and won't be when Washington Street is developed. I thank you. We'll be glad to answer any questions. David will have some follow-up comments.
Thanks, John. David Mechanic again for the record.
Did you want to finish your presentation?
Yes, sir. At this point, I would like to ask our arborist, Ricky Pederica, to come forward, discuss the natural resources comments and the waivers pertaining to the trees on site. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue, Dark Moss. I've been sworn. The Dark Moss team assessed the approximately 173 trees on this site. We identified 9 grand trees on or adjacent to the property. 4 or 3 were hazardous grand trees. 1 was off-site. We made a recommendation to preserve the best grand tree, or the tree with the highest retention priority based on species and condition, and are requesting a waiver for the removal of the other 4 that are, the waiver request is due to the proposed fill associated with the building requirements and the structure stormwater system. In one of the reasonable reconfiguration options, preservation of those internal trees would result in up to 50 additional parking spaces reduced. Another 2 other trees that Natural Resources specifically requested comments on, a tree to the north, tree number 52, I apologize, that's a little washed out, would be accessible or would be preservable in a setting where we only dealt with the horizontal offsets of the tree protection zone, 20 feet. But when dealing with the canopy and which is roughly 7 feet currently above grade, with the site going up 7 feet, and this being near vehicle use area where the solid waste trucks will be going, there will be a canopy conflict associated with this too, or a change in the parking lot circulation. The additional tree that staff requested, pardon me one moment, is a 46-inch southern live oak, which would have been a good candidate for preservation, and that's not something I'm sort of disagreeing with. But in doing the reasonable reconfiguration exercise, preservation of this tree results in either 8 units lost in a building, a floor added to accommodate those 8 units, or a loss of site amenities, specifically the clubhouse or the pool. So it's a kind of a decision at that point, and so that was the justification of the reasonable reconfiguration request. The other natural resources related or tree related waiver requested was for tree retention. We used the recently adopted weighted retention, which prioritizes trees that are of greater quality and size and disincentivizes smaller, lower quality trees. By preserving the highest priority tree on the site, we were able to maintain 22% weighted retention and are requesting for a small safety factor of 20% as this request. So, thank you.
Thank you. David Mechanic again. I'll just wrap up here. Ricky spoke to the waivers pertaining to natural resources. I'll address the others, and I would just like to point out that all of these regulations that we're seeking a waiver of are very suburban type regulations, and you very commonly have a request to grant waivers because of the fact that Tampa is predominantly an urban infill environment, and these regulations are a little bit not responsive to the urban environment. In particular, our parking reduction is a request of only 13%, which is not a significant waiver. We are requesting a waiver of loading berths. It is very typical to grant that waiver because you're dealing in mostly local moves where box trucks are used and you don't have the long 18-wheel vehicles. The request for a reduction of the waiver, the buffer waiver, is due to the fact that the only use that we are adjacent to is the Swift Mud Boathouse, where the high school students use the rowing equipment. And we don't really feel our use is incompatible with that use, and we don't believe it'll interfere with that use. The open space waiver, again, is a very typical waiver. We are providing 250 feet per unit, and we think that is sufficient to address the objective in the city code. And with that, we will conclude our presentation and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the top. So the bonus density here says you're going to offer 14 affordable housing units, and you said they're low income.
Yes,
But from my understanding, upon reading this, you're asking for 120% AMI. Am I correct?
That's correct.
That is
and
not
that
low
is what-
income.
That is what is allowed under the ordinance.
Yes, but that is not low income, so.
I didn't use the word low income.
Yes, it's in your
I said
presentation.
affordable housing.
No,
is the
low
term.
income was in the presentation.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that if we are going to be talking about reduction and allowing for housing, you should definitely let us know the percentage of AMI so that the public knows. So that's my first thing is I don't necessarily consider that affordable housing. We need workforce housing, but I don't know that I would say that that works for our real need in this community. I had a question about parking. Generally, when we approve parking waivers, there are places for people to park. So when we approve a parking waiver, there's maybe on-street parking or parking in other areas. This is not in the urban core. This is pretty remote, actually, especially when you're looking at that road. Where could extra cars park if they needed to?
I don't have any answer for that.
Okay. And because it is actually a suburban environment, in my view, because we are not surrounded by any other type of real urban development, I had no problem with the waiver for the box trucks and whatever, because it is suburban in my view and the way it looks. I didn't have a problem with the reduction of trees, but I did want to talk about the reduction of green space. You are on the river. You are in a coastal high hazard area. The fact that you're not willing to allow enough green space to absorb that water and then to not have enough trees to take in that water is a huge concern. You're building up 7 feet, but you're not leaving enough permeable surface to take in the water that's near the river. I'm just concerned because we approved this comp plan amendment, and then you're asking for a bonus provision agreement, but you have so many waivers that are truly going to impact the coastal high hazard areas. And I just don't know how this is going to work in the long run for when we have, because it's not a question of if, it's a question of when we have flooding or we have rains. it's hard for me in good conscience to allow for less green space along a river that would absorb this water.
Well, we still are required to meet all City of Tampa and SwiftMud stormwater regulations. There's no exemption whatsoever for that. So there should be no concerns regarding flooding as a result of our development. And I would like to, you took me a little off guard on the parking question. The reduction in parking is based upon the fact that the City of Tampa, different from almost any other jurisdiction, requires guest parking for multifamily. We are only asking for a reduction for the guest parking. National standards, and I've had many clients who develop apartments all over the country, and they do not need guest parking. And that's the basis for that request.
Well, and generally I would agree. You know me, I'm almost always approve a parking waiver, but in this case, there's no public transit. There's no way to use any other type of transit to get there. There's no extra parking on the streets
There's
or
transit.
anywhere
There's transit.
on Washington.
Not on Washington, within, I think it's 5 minutes of the property, though. Very
Okay,
close.
I'm just concerned because generally speaking, when we approve parking waivers, there are places for cars to go if they need to. In this case, I don't see where cars could go.
I understand.
Councilman Goods.
Yeah, I remember when the first project came about, I was happy that, there was some affordable housing at the time attainable. I didn't really agree with the number, but I was glad that the developer saw a need to put them there. And I was happy with that. And, I was hoping a little bit more. And Councilwoman, you're right, 120, we've been allowing this 120 thing now, and it's starting to get out of hand now. And I know we're trying to catch that other little group there, but we are in a glitch that, the people who really need it, it's kind of hard. But I mean, I appreciate the project. Again, like last time I supported the last project that was on that street. But, again, what bothers me is, again, the bonus provision with the 120. But again, I think there's something down the road that staff is really going to have to look at with these developers when we're just throwing this 120 rule in there now as a catch-all now. But I'll reserve back later. But other than that, the only problem I have is just the number. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Wells, I see you standing there.
Thank you. For the record, Kate Wells, Legal Department. The affordable housing amenity that's included in the bonus provision is consistent with Section 27-140. The code currently currently defines affordable housing to fall between 80% to 120% of AMI. So while you may personally feel that that is no longer appropriate until we amend the code, this is what I get to work with when negotiating the bonus provision agreements.
I understand, Ms. Wills.
Thank you.
Just shouting that out a little bit,
Councilman Carlson.
Stop me if I'm not allowed to ask this question, but saying up to 120 doesn't mean that everybody's going to be at 120. It means that it's up to 120. And do we, right?
So typically, what the city has been negotiating is a bonus provision agreement that will take half of the affordable housing units and place them at the 80% AMI, and the other half at 120%. Mr. Mechanic had approached my office about placing all of this at 120%. I talked to Abby Feely because I felt that that decision was not necessarily a legal decision, but a policy decision. The code does not require that we split up the affordable housing units between 80 and 120. It does allow all of the units to be placed at one threshold.
Sorry, that's good information too, but my question is, if somebody, the maximum is 120, so if somebody is at 80 and they try to stay there, they're allowed to stay there, right? You don't have to be at 120. You can be at 120.
No, it's up to, I misunderstood your question. Yes, sir. It's up to 120, not that you have to be at 120.
So somebody at 80 still could get in, conceivably. I don't know if are we allowed to talk about, do we have any data on is it usually everybody at 120, or is it usually some distribution of people at
Yeah,
lower?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that.
Okay.
I don't know if Mr. Mechanic, through his clients, is in a position to speak to that.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that it's a maximum, not
Yes,
a
sir.
minimum, and that we can talk about the policy later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 12, file number REZ 23-23? Anyone in chambers?
I do.
Yes, sir,
Can you
Mr.
hear me?
Healy.
Okay. Tim Healy, Frontier Engineering, 803 North Howard Avenue. I'm the engineer record for the project. Councilwoman brought up a good point regarding stormwater, and I can assure you the fact of the matter is a little bit more green space would be more of an aesthetic look. All in all, when you do the calculations for these, you're given a certain volume that you have to treat per the area of the site, per Swift Mud and the city, and we will abide by that. So we will have an underground infiltration system that will take in, say, a ½ inch to an inch, maybe an inch and a half, whatever is required here. We will treat that, and then we will discharge that after treatment. So that was a good question, and we will accommodate all requirements of Swift Mud in the city.
I just have to ask, I know this was representative, but Mr. Mechanic, do you want any rebuttal?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Councilman Goode.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. REZ 2323, ordinance presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5507 East Washington Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 for zoning district classifications RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date. With the revision sheet.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Just for the question, would you like to elaborate a little bit more on your motion, Councilman Goode?
If you like, sir.
Or would anybody else like to elaborate a little bit more on that motion?
All right, state the findings. The proposed zoning will allow better utilization of the land that is consistent with the intensity anticipated on the resident 35 designation, consistent with land use policy 8.14.2. Proposed the development is shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed use promotes the efficient, sustainable use of land and infrastructure.
All right, thank you. We have a motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco.
I think you ought to talk about the waivers.
Would you like to interject on that, Councilman Miranda?
Just to clear the record, regarding the waivers, compliance with section 27-139-4, the waivers for proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers would not substantially interfere or injure the rights of other properties that would be affected by the waivers.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, as before, I absolutely cannot support this. We have a serious problem with coastal high hazard area, and we're just ignoring it. And we have such a need for housing, and we have so much land where it's more appropriate to actually put this much dense housing. Yes, we're close to evacuation routes, but guess what? Those are going to be crowded by people coming from South Tampa trying to get out. I'm right housing, right place, and I just am so terrified what happens when we have a storm and this floods. I'm just incredibly worried, therefore I cannot support this.
Anyone else? Councilman Carlson.
I just want to say I share the concerns of Councilmember Hurtak. I think that we have to address this outside of this hearing and discuss it at a workshop or something. We do need to address those concerns, but I feel like we have to work with what we have here, so.
Anyone else? Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson, Goods,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have to say, respond to Councilman Carlson. I agree we need to talk about this, and I actually think this is the place to talk about it. We could have simply not approved the comp plan amendment that would have dealt with it. That would have said, hey, this isn't the proper use for this, but we did approve it, therefore we're allowing this. If we follow the land use, future land use that we have already assigned for ourselves, then we're not having this problem. So this is of our own design. And I don't disagree, we need to have a discussion about it, but simply just approving it and saying, let's talk about it later, when we had an ability to simply uphold the land use that we had already approved councils before. So I just disagree, and I am so concerned about coastal high hazard area building, especially right along a river, where we need 7 feet of fill just to get started.
Agenda item number 2, file TACPA 22-29.
Good evening, council members. Sam Thomas with your planning commission staff. This is Tampa Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment 2229, located at 111 North Campania Avenue and 2412 North 8th Street. Some background on this request: it was privately initiated. It's small scale in size, approximately 0.4 acres, and the request is to go from the residential 20 future land use to the community mixed use 35 land use. Here is a site on our general locator map. It's within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Armory Gardens neighborhood. Here is an aerial overview of the subject site. It's outlined in blue, and you can see the surrounding area as well. As you can see, it is just north of Kennedy Boulevard and south of West North A Street. Along Kennedy Boulevard, you have light commercial uses, and then as you transition into the neighborhood north of West North A Street, and even south of it, you can see a mix of single-family detached uses, and then still a few remaining single-family detached uses. But I would say overall, this area along Kennedy, just north of West North A Street, has mainly transitioned to single-family detached. Here's a view of the subject site looking from North A Street facing south. This is a view of West North A Street facing east. This is a view of the subject site from North Campania Avenue facing northeast. This is North Campania Avenue facing south towards Kennedy Boulevard. And here's the intersection of Campania Avenue and West Kennedy Boulevard. Here is a subject site on the adopted future land use map. You can see those 2 parcels are currently recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. All on Kennedy Boulevard, you have the urban mixed use 60 future land use designation. As you move west of Armenia, you can see that there is the R20 future land use designation that is directly north of the R60. But as you move east of Armenia Avenue, you can see that there's a transition from the UMU 60 to the community mixed use 35. And then to the south of Kennedy, you have some R20 and some R35 future land use designations. And here is a site recognized with the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. So the impacts of this request, currently under the residential 20 future land use designation, the site can be considered for 8 dwelling units, or a little under 9,000 square feet of non-residential uses. With the community mixed use 35 designation, the site could be considered for 14 dwelling units or a little under 35,000 square feet of residential or non-residential uses. The Planning Commission found that this request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population, the city planning strategy, overall residential development and redevelopment in multifamily residential areas. The comprehensive plan supports the Central Tampa Planning District's continued transition to a more mixed-use development pattern. Increased density in this area of the city will continue to support walking and transit uses and further the compact city strategy and provide housing for Tampa's regional share of household growth. The request is consistent with the intent of the policy direction that seeks to protect existing residential areas while balancing the need for new development to be compatible with neighborhood character. If the site were to be developed with commercial uses, the Land Development Code requires buffering and screening to ensure that the potential impacts are mitigated from the single-family attached uses that are to the east and north of the site. The proposed community mixed-use 35 future land use will provide a transition in density between the residential 20 future future land use to the north and the urban mixed-use 60 future land use to the south along Kennedy Boulevard. In conclusion, the Planning Commission recommends that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives of Tampa's comprehensive plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Evening Council, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. It's a privilege to be here this evening on behalf of Tim Johnson and Avid Ventures. Tim is the property owner and developer of this project. I will admit at the forefront that this is a challenging project. Before you this evening is a map amendment and a rezoning. And as we discussed in the prior episode, those are going to be presented completely separately. I'm going to talk about the map amendment now. It is worth noting, though, that this council has previously approved a text amendment. The map amendment, the text amendment, and the rezoning must all be approved before any shovels go in the ground. So again, just to set the table here, I'm going to talk about the map amendment right now. I'll ask for a vote on that, and then we'll go ahead and talk about the rezoning. In the interest of time, and maybe pick up a little bit of time in the air out of respect for the rest of the folks on the agenda, I'm going to try to avoid any redundancy with Sam's very clear presentation. At this point, I think we're pretty aware where the site is. It's at the northeast corner of Kennedy and Tampania. This shouldn't be a huge spoiler. The remainder of the project is the piece that's on Kennedy Boulevard. That's not subject to this map amendment. Again, as you can see, there's a pretty clear development trend coming westward from Howard towards Armenia and eventually towards Savannah, where you have a pretty abrupt transition right now between UMU 60 and R20. If you think about the comprehensive plan future land use map and its colors, which all seem to be sort of shades of purple and brown, R20 and UMU 60 are pretty far apart, and we think it makes a lot more sense. And unfortunately, the Planning Commission staff and the Planning Commission itself agreed that CMU 35 is a much more appropriate transition. And to borrow back the stair analogy, or the ladder analogy, that this is one step down from UMU 60, which is again fronting Kennedy Boulevard. We've already seen that table before. I do want to talk about the text amendment just for context here, so you all are 100% clear what you're approving. On March 9th, this council unanimously voted to transmit a comprehensive plan text amendment that would allow, in very, very, very specific circumstances like this project, a property owner to use development rights from one piece of land that's colored differently on the map to another piece of land if the land it's going towards is on an arterial road. Right now you can do it if you're a PD, if you're in the Central Tampa Planning District, if you're an acre in size. What this council approved was that 1 acre in size requirement could alternatively be complied with if you are on an arterial road. There aren't a lot of arterial roads. This site happens to be on Kennedy Boulevard. And I will say this, and again in a rebuttal, but if it is council's pleasure to advance this map amendment and the rezoning, we are going to have a delayed second reading. We're going to ask for that to accommodate all 3 of these coming to rest at the same time. It's worth noting as well that there is common ownership here on either side of the alley. Parcels 1, 2, and 3 are all owned by the same owner, who is the applicant for this map amendment, for the text amendment that I referenced, and for the rezoning that you hopefully will hear later on this evening. The comprehensive plan talks a lot, designates things in colors, in capitalized terms. Two things that are pretty relevant to this map amendment are transit emphasis corridors and mixed use corridors. Some roads are one, some roads are the other, and certain roads like Kennedy Boulevard are actually both. It is a transit emphasis corridor. Route 30 runs along Kennedy Boulevard, and in both the mixed use corridor, the mixed use provisions and the transit emphasis provisions of the comp plan say what I think I would dare say maybe is a little bit evident that this is where we should be directing growth. There are neighborhoods, there are areas of the city where growth, where development is more challenging. I think that's something that council sees every other Thursday. Sites like this, it is not in a coastal high hazard area as an example. It has a modicum of transit service. It's near pretty significant public investments that the city council's made, Vila Brothers Park, Romass Cycle Track. It's near all those things that are suitable for intensification, and again, that's not just what we're saying, that's literally from the comprehensive plan itself. As I mentioned, there's two heart stops very close by here. There is an FDOT funded paving project too that's going to make some significant roadway improvements to Kennedy Boulevard and also some sidewalk improvements on Kennedy. And I think there will be opportunities for any developer of this property to complement that with improvements on Tampania. I'd like to go quickly through unpacking. I should have done the last slide first. This had the recommendation of the Planning Commission staff for consistency, and it was unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning Commission itself. I'd like to unpack, though, briefly a little bit of the reasons why. There are provisions in the comprehensive plan about encouraging the infill development. We have underutilized sites, and I think as what the Planning Commission staff saw, what my client saw, and what I think the members of the public who support this application saw, is this is an underutilized site. This is an ideal site for moderate densification and for housing and for a mix of uses, which is exactly what this comprehensive plan amendment would allow. Again, I already mentioned the mixed use corridor piece. This is a piece of land that's an alley, a half block off of Kennedy Boulevard, and is in common ownership with the site on Kennedy Boulevard, and is a great candidate for mixed use redevelopment. There's also reference to where you're going to add residential development is a hard question. You all are confronted with that again once a month, if not more. Sites that have sites that are predisposed for intensification are those that are near some transit infrastructure, that are near jobs. This site meets all of those, being in the Central Tampa Planning District. And finally, as has been alluded to at this meeting and it's been alluded to at others, there is a housing shortage in Tampa. That's one of the reasons that contributes to some of the high rent growth that we've seen. And the comprehensive plan is replete with provisions about encouraging the adequate supply of housing. Right now, if this map amendment is approved, more housing can be considered on this parcel together with, and it could be shifted to other parcels that are eventually rezoned in connection with it. And again, as mentioned earlier, your expert Planning Commission staff recommended this for approval, and the Planning Commission likewise unanimously recommended this for approval. And I would like to note that we have 10 letters of community support. I think most of those came in before the buzzer, yesterday at 5 p.m. when it sort of locks out Sire. But in case any of those didn't come through, we have a packages containing all of those letters. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Does everything that's shown in the 3 parcels get demolished? Or we can't discuss that because there's a separate rezoning?
I don't think that's inappropriate, but the rezoning that's been filed that you would hear shortly shows a different building and a different configuration on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Are you admitting these letters of support as evidence?
I would ask that they be received and filed. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
May I see the letters?
Are they copies for everybody, or is that how?
There
how are they
I
presented?
believe there's probably 10 manila folders, one for each of the members of council, I think one for you, Mr. Shelby, and a couple spares in case anyone needs them. Nearly all of these letters, I believe, were already submitted
Just
via Sire.
in case some council members want to look, can you give us
Oh, of course.
2 minutes? In the meantime, is there any other questions for the petitioner? Ms. Johnson-Velez, you're standing there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I just wanted to follow up on the applicant's response to Councilman Maniscalco's question, and just remind council that with respect to a comp plan amendment, council is examining as a policy matter whether or not the existing future land use that is on this parcel is still appropriate, or whether factors such as those that have been presented by the applicant and by staff indicate that it may be appropriate to change it to the requested comp plan or requested future land use designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 2, file number TACPA 22-29? Please, sir.
I have some things I'd like to place on here, if it's going to be working. Okay, thank you. My name's Adrian Laramie. I live at 201 North Campania Avenue, and I live in the block just north of where this property is going to be. You're talking about the comprehensive plan not being changed or being changed to accommodate this new building. Just recently, we did a comp change request for North Armenia, which was up here, and we denied it because it was going into the neighborhood. Well, if you can see from this particular photo that it does go in the neighborhood, this is a picture of the site, the same as you see before. This is the current, the existing zoning for the area, and you can see that it's actually into the residential zone and not into the Kennedy overlay. There are very few. The only area that is in the Kennedy overlay is between Howard and Armenia, and that's commercial almost all the way to the interstate. And again, you've seen one of these. This is where the site is going to be. And there's actually no buffer zone. This is actually right across the alley is residential. Residential goes here, and also on this side, this is residential 10 and 20, which is here. And here is the West Tampa overlay. As you can see, it's right next to the particular project that's going to be built. This is Kennedy Boulevard, and you can see it's only 1/2 block wide all along on Kennedy. Everything on this side over here is residential. So if we start changing the code for these particular built projects or on blocks, then we're going to be going into the residential area. And all this is residential here, and of course this is over here as well. This is a picture of West North A Street, looking towards downtown, looking towards the east. You can only park on West North A Street up until Armenia, because Armenia does not allow any parking. Neither does Kennedy. And yes, there is parking on looking west on North A Street, but when you get to the area that is, this is the south,
parking is only allowed on one side of the street. The city code says that if the street is only 25 feet wide or less, then you can only park on one side. You can't park when there's driveways, and all on this side, that's all driveways. And I understand they want to eventually do something to the other side.
Give you 30 seconds more.
This is North Tampania, and again, the same situation there. There is no only parking on one side. There won't be enough parking for the people that they plan on putting in this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I may need a ride home after this. Anyway, my name is Sandy Diego Sanchez. I live in Armory Gardens. Recently, my community came before you to protest a text amendment to the comprehensive plan that didn't make sense to those of us in Armory Gardens community because it would cause chaos and be unsafe for our residents. The applicant for that particular project had no interest in helping the community and working with the community. This developer applicant had a meeting with Armory
Ms.
Gardens.
Sanchez, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Forgive me, please. But you are raising an issue that is a case that council heard very recently. And it is, the question is.
Okay, it's done.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. No,
Okay.
I just want to be clear that,
Okay.
that what we do. Did you want to say something, Ms. Johnson-Velez? Okay.
Okay. This developer applicant met with Armory Gardens and the North Hyde Park community, and they've had a meet and greet with us to answer our concerns and to listen to the community. Since that meeting, there has been constant exchange of information between us. This applicant has offered their plans to accommodate our request, and I feel confident that the professional relationship that we have developed will continue. If it doesn't, you know you'll hear from me. But the main thing is that the particular text amendment before you has the correct location for the higher density. It is in the Kennedy Boulevard District overlay. It is on high traffic corridor and lends itself to this amendment. I have mentioned before that the Armory Gardens community was not against responsible development, and I feel that this partnership is a step in the right direction. Parking and traffic will be a key issue in every project going forward, not just Armory Gardens. Hopefully, between mobility and their evolving parking division, we will be able to keep up with these issues that are impacting the Armory Gardens community every day. So I am clear, there are neighbors close to the project that still concerned for the reduction in the parking request. However, I do feel like Armory Gardens has got to give some. We need to be able to embrace some of the new comp plans, the things that are going to help us move forward as far as housing. So I just wanted you to know that I believe in this plan, in this comprehensive text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
You might need that ride home.
Good evening, council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I have 2 points I want to make. One is I was afraid I was going to miss this item because my partner has the honor of being at Taylor Swift's show tonight, and she asked me to drive her there, which, if you know me, is tough for me to do. And I can tell you what many of your constituents tell you, which is that traffic in Tampa at 5 p.m. is really, really, really bad. It took me over 25 minutes to get from not even at the stadium to downtown for here. I parked here. My bike is not here today. I could actually give her a ride home. And she doesn't have to ride on my little, spokes or whatever that, kids used to be on. And what's funny is the stadium is a 15-minute bike ride from this location. This building is a 15-minute bike ride from this location. The reason why we chose to drive is because of the car-oriented development that exists between there and the stadium, which many regular people, and I'm a very strange person, I'm not one of those people, but many regular people feel extremely uncomfortable making that trip on a bike. Development like this, I think, is an important part of getting people, like my friends who love to ride their bike and want to ride their bike like I do, but are afraid to give them safer opportunities and make them feel more comfortable. The second point I'll make is, I almost, since this is now a policy discussion and not, it doesn't have to be yeah. we're all getting used to it, I know. I put an offer on a house recently for a townhouse, and I live in a townhouse development, and I said, next time one of these goes up for sale, I'm going to buy it. And one went up for sale, and I made the mistake of looking on one of these websites this day that it went up, and I was like, well, I guess I have to put my money where my mouth is and put an offer in. I live in North Hyde Park, West River area. The starting price for a domain home now, I discovered on that journey, is $1 million. In North Hyde Park, there is a certain developer, I guess, I don't know if I can name them, but I did. There's a house that you would think would be affordable in North Hyde Park going for $1 million that's not built yet. No zoning process that city council votes on there. Y'all don't see when that happens because it doesn't have to go through this process. The townhouse is $600,000 for the same square footage. So what I see is that because we have townhomes in my particular part of the neighborhood, there's more affordable options for people like me. And so, I reiterate this all the time, but it really was brought home to me recently when I put an offer on that house. There is no way that I will ever be able to afford to live in any of the neighborhoods around here in a single family home, period, ever. Townhomes, I didn't win the bid. I think there were 7 cash offers, is what my realtor told me at the end of it. When I went in there were 20 people walking through the house during the open house within the first 24 hours of being listed. It is bad out there. I don't know how I'm going to stay in the neighborhood. I'm very lucky that I can. I'll just stop there because you guys know I can go on for hours. But we need more housing. Thanks to the developer for this project. I think it's pretty good.
And Mr. Hagan? Mr. Hagan, the reason why our traffic problems are so bad at 5 o'clock is because this city's population doubles every day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have commuters coming into work here from Pinellas, Pasco, Polk, Manatee, Hernando, Sarasota counties that come through, use the roads here, and pay little or nothing in infrastructure. But the people that are affected the most by those people coming into Tampa are the residents of Tampa.
I agree with that.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just want to add that I hope you have found your bike helmet again.
Any other comments in chambers for agenda item number 2, Tcc Pm 22-29? Do we have anyone on the line, Madam Clerk?
Move to close.
Thank you. We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded from Councilman Goose. All in favor say aye. Aye. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I want to predicate before I read this that stair-stepping into a community that is residential from a major arterial road, I find this to be that stair-step that we need, that is more acceptable. Anyway, file number TACPA 22-29, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 111 North Tampania Avenue and 2412 North A Street from residential 20, R20, to community mixed use 35, CMU 35, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Goulds, Vieira, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Cedro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, if I may interrupt you for just 1 second. There's one thing that I did neglect to mention. So because there is a companion text amendment to this comprehensive plan amendment, as well as the rezoning that you're going to be hearing next, that are all dependent on each other, and because the text amendment will not be heard by council for first reading until the end of May. We are asking for second reading of this ordinance to be held on June 15th so that all three matters can be heard for second reading on the same date.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The date.
Okay. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 15, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 3, file number REZ 23-15.
Good afternoon, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item number 3 is REZ 2315. It's for the property located at 2517 West Kennedy Boulevard, 2412 West North A Street, and 111 North Tampania Avenue. The applicant is represented by Tyler Hudson and Addie Clark. The request is to rezone the property from RM16 Residential Multifamily and CG Commercial General to PD Plan Development for residential multifamily and storefront residential, commercial, and office uses on site. So I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission with that, and I'll come back and get my report. Thank you.
Sam Thomas with your Planning Commission staff. This subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Armory Gardens neighborhood. Transit service is provided along Kennedy Boulevard, located directly south of the site. Villa Brothers Park is the closest recreational facility, located approximately 0.26 miles to the north. And the site is within the coastal planning area and evacuation zone A. Again, here is an aerial of the site. Commercial uses along Kennedy Boulevard, and then as you transition into the neighborhood, you have attached single-family uses and detached single-family uses. Here is a map of the adopted future land use. You can see the UMU 60 along Kennedy Boulevard, CMU 35 on the other side of Armenia, and then south of Kennedy Boulevard as well. You can see the site currently recognized under the R20, but with the comp plan amendment, it would then be recognized under the CMU 35 future land use designation. The applicant is requesting to rezone 0.6 acres to allow for development of multifamily and storefront residential. West Kennedy Boulevard is an arterial roadway, and the PD proposes a structure that will be oriented towards the right-of-way with front entrances on West Kennedy Boulevard, providing pedestrian access and connecting to a proposed sidewalk. The comprehensive plan promotes development that is sensitive to adjacent uses and minimizes impacts to the surrounding area. The PD is sensitive to the surrounding area by proposing parking on the northern folios with a 10-foot buffer and 6-foot masonry wall. The PD proposes a little over 71,000 square foot building, consistent with the intensity anticipated under the Community Mixed Use 35 and Urban Mixed Use 60 designations. The rezoning will allow for better utilization of the land that is consistent with the intensity anticipated under the Community Mixed Use 35 and Urban Mixed Use 60 designation. Due to the site being within a half a mile of an urban village, the subject site is eligible to utilize LU Policy 5.1.6 as proposed to be amendment in TACPA 2230. This policy allows for lands divided by more than one plan category to proportionally weigh the floor area ratio through the entire site, and permitted uses in each land use designation can be considered anywhere on the site through a planned development zoning. The proposed PD would meet the requirements set forth in the proposed LU Policy 5.1.6. The currently adopted LU Policy 5.1.6 would not be able to be utilized as the proposed PD is not at least 1 acre in size. And as mentioned earlier, second reading for the text amendment and the plan amendment and this rezoning are both set for June 15th. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Any questions for staff?
You said consistent?
You said consistent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. And Council, this rezoning contains the subject site, which has a total square footage of 28,306 square feet. This is the site plan submitted. Just to orient you, this is West North A Street, this is Tampania, and this is Kennedy. So this is the site that's outlined here, and then also.
Zoom out a little?
Yes, let me see.
Thank you.
There we go. better view. So this is the, site is bounded with West North A Street to the north, which is here, and then Kennedy Boulevard is to the south, and Tampania is to the west. And the Planning Commission has oriented you with the location of this site. The PD site plan submitted proposes a 7-story structure. It would contain 71,013 square feet, and it would be comprised of 40 residential multifamily units, 3,000 square feet of storefront commercial office space, and 3,700 square feet of office space. Surface level parking is proposed. There are 2 parcels identified on the site plan. There's a parcel A, which is the southern parcel. That's this one on Kennedy, and then a parcel B, which is where the parking would be located on site. A parking table has been, a use table has been provided within the staff report to provide you with the surrounding uses. A total of 87 parking spaces are required and 55 spaces are provided. Also on this one, the developer has entered into a bonus agreement, which was mentioned earlier, and the developer would provide 10% affordable units in this development. And so on the site plan itself, you can see that this is the alley. So access is proposed to the site from the alley with the parking that's located, surface parking here to the north. You can see the landscape buffer provided on site. And then the structure itself would be located here on parcel A with some surface parking and with parking, additional parking proposed on site. This is the zoning map, the aerial, and this is the subject site outlined here in red. This is Tampania, this is Kennedy, and this is West North A Street. You can see that along Kennedy Boulevard, of course, you have your commercial general zoning that exists. You have your residential multifamily, your RM16, which surrounds the site immediately to the north and northwest. You have a couple of PDs located in close proximity, along with some residential multifamily that exists further north and northeast of the site. And I have pictures of the site. So this is the west end of the site. This is on Tampania, looking north. That's another view of the site. That's the west end looking at the site. This is west of the site on Tampania, which is there. This is west of the site, the commercial that exists on Kennedy at Tampania. This is south of the site. Another view to the south. This is the south end of the site, which is if you're on Kennedy looking north. Just looking west on Kennedy. This is the alley. So the parcel A, parcel B on Kennedy would be located in the right of the picture. Just another view of the north end of the site. That's if you're looking north to the residential that exists to the north. And this is the north end of the site. We'll circle back. It's residential single family which exists. That's on North A. North A, and then we'll circle back east, and then this is directly east of the site, the commercial, and then this is Kennedy. The DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent. It is due to the findings from transportation, from natural resources. Also, there are some corrections to be made. There is a revision sheet which has been provided within the staff report, but also there are some corrections to the waiver that I'd like to state on the record. So the waivers requested with this PD application, there are a total of 4 waivers. The first waiver is to reduce the required number of overall spaces. It should be from 87 to 55. On page 1 of the staff report, that would be corrected. It's a 37% reduction versus a 43% reduction. The 43 is incorrect. And then waiver number 2 is requested. It is a waiver to natural resources. It's relating to the use-to-use buffer, and that's on the east to the type C use. And for parcel B, it's reducing that buffer from a type A use. The third waiver requested is a natural resources waiver, and that's to reduce the 8-foot required VUA buffer, and that should be corrected to 5.5 feet, and that's along Tampania Avenue, and that's for parcel B only. And then the fourth waiver is the 27284.3.3D, another natural resources waiver, and that is relating to the parking islands. And that's to reduce it from the required 13-foot width to 6 feet. And those are the corrections on the waivers, and then the revisions have been provided to the applicant. And then, of course, there are the revisions required between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for staff? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I want to go ahead and introduce the project team that has been working on this project for some time. With me here this evening, and who's going to speak in a little bit, is Tim Johnson with Avid Ventures. My colleagues Addie Clark and Alex Shaler are here, who are both licensed civil engineers. Our arborist is Ricky Paterica, the founder of Dark Moss. Our architect is OWA, and Fadi Garcia, its principal, is here. And certainly last but not least, our civil engineer is Kimberly Horn, and Ben Plant is here to answer any questions that you might have from the expert team. I think we're all very familiar with where the site is. Again, the comprehensive plan that council approved, which we thank you for, that's what's parcel B on screen, but parcel A and B are all being rezoned together. Again, just to reiterate sort of where this is, to zoom out a little bit, as I mentioned in my last presentation, this is on a mixed-use corridor, it's on a transit emphasis corridor. Weirdly, the front of the site is in the Kennedy Overlay District, the back of the site is not, but as you'll see, that's not as relevant. It's really not a very far at all, bike ride, scooter ride away from amenities like a grocery store, restaurants, and the University of Tampa. The existing conditions, which LaShawn did a great job walking through with her the photo slide. Right now, there's really pretty deficient pedestrian infrastructure. The sidewalks are broken along the western side. From what we understand from hearing from the neighbors, and as folks have alluded to, there's been a lot of engagement with the community on this. Folks have a tendency to park perpendicular to Tampania with the rear of the car sort of sticking out in the street. We're going to change that in a way that I'm going to show you, but this site in general is in need of a little bit of cleanup. This was a veterinary clinic, served the neighborhood for many, many decades, and they now serve the same community from a new facility a couple blocks away. But as you can see from the photos, we think this site could use a little bit of TLC. LaShawn walked through the site generally, but this is a true mixed-use development. This is going to be a home for at least 40 people. It's going to be an office home for 3,700 square feet worth of people. That's really the entire second floor of this project. And the ground floor is proposed for 3,000 square feet of, we call it storefront residential space. It's basically a catch-all category for commercial. We're not sure precisely what it's going to be. Our traffic study was based on it being some type of variety store. But we think this is the exact type of mixed-use development that the comprehensive plan likes for a category like such as UME 60 that's on Kennedy Boulevard. It is a 7-story building. In terms of how the site generally works, so north is up. The pedestrian points of entry into the building are along Tampania as well as along Kennedy. We're not proposing any new curb cuts along Tampania, certainly not on Kennedy Boulevard. FDOT would never in a million years give us one. But that was one concern we saw with a prior iteration of the project, was a curb cut on Tampania. So right now, all of the access vehicular to the site is through the alley. And sometimes you can accommodate that with developments, these infill developments, sometimes you can't, but credit to really the entire design development team on figuring out a way to actually make that work. The other piece that I sort of previewed was we are providing 6 new on-street parking spaces. As council well knows, we are not counting that for our provided parking. We can't, but we do think that is a good use of the space here, right along the right-of-way, and we're proposing a new 6-foot sidewalk for the entire western extent of the project boundary. Here's a rendering for what we think the site can look like. So because affordable housing, and I'll put that in quotes, came up in the prior project, I want to unpack that a little bit here. So we have 40 units in compliance with section 27140 of the code. You have a bonus provision agreement that will actually be approved at the second reading on June 15th. If it's council's pleasure to approve this project, we're proposing that 2 of those units will be at 80% AMI, 2% of these, 2 of those units will be at 120% AMI. I didn't plan to do this, but just to give a little context on that, it's chapter 420 of the Florida statutes that defines what affordable means. And affordable is a catch-all term under the Florida statutes for 3 income categories: very low income, which is 50% AMI, low income, which is 80% AMI, and what's called moderate income, that's 120% AMI. So I think that's where the term affordable gets thrown around. Not to say that there isn't a very valid policy discussion for this council to have, perhaps at a later date, but just so we know that we're not making these sort of terms up. That's also the term that's in section 27140 of the code that states that in order to qualify for the bonus density that this site presumes using, you need to enter into a bonus provision agreement, 10%, between 80 and 120, and as Ms. Wells alluded to, the convention on a lot of these projects is it's half and half. So 2 of our units will be limited to people with an income at 80% of AMI. 2 units will be limited to folks at 120% of AMI. In terms of support, as Sam mentioned, the Planning Commission staff believes this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan as recently amended preliminarily by this council. Several reviewing departments found this consistent as well. On the waiver front, we do require 4 waivers, which candidly is on the low side for an urban infill project. I've half joked to this council before that these urban infill projects tend to have the standard sort of 7-pack of waivers. It's the same ones every time. This project does only present 4. In the record, and in the interest of everyone's time, I'm not going to rehash every single item of the justification, but we do have in the record a pretty substantial waiver justification memorandum that goes through and applies the criteria for each of those 4 waivers. But for now, I'm going to ask Addie Clark to come up and walk through the specific waivers and the justifications for each.
Good evening. For the record, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. So as Tyler mentioned, starting with parking, the site is proposed to provide 55 parking spaces, 2 motorcycle spaces, and bicycle parking. And so just looking at the vehicular spaces right now, the project's providing 1 space per bedroom, which we believe is entirely appropriate. It is actually a greater parking ratio per bedroom than for a lot of the projects that we see here in the city. In addition, as Tyler mentioned, we're adding 6 new on-street parking spaces along Timpania Avenue, which will be a dramatic improvement, as you saw, to what currently exists today for that curbed infrastructure. Again, the 55 spaces provided for the site will be more than sufficient for this site, since the residential uses will be able to coincide with the commercial and office parking in the evenings for that kind of compatible trade-off of timing for when the parking is needed. This is only further proven by national industry standard data produced by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, known as ITE, in their publication called Parking Generation, and that's the 5th edition of that manual, which is a collection of vetted and more recent parking data compared to what the city code is based on. So here you can see that 1 space per bedroom is what we're providing. And then here, using ITE's published parking rates, the total development would only need 48 spaces. Therefore, with the 55 that we're providing more than what ITE requires. And on top of that, you can see in kind of yellow-orange, those are those 6 on-street parking spaces, which we are not counting in our cumulative total. It's important to note that transportation engineers rely on a variety of sources, such as ITE, since city codes are not updated as often to reflect current trends. The city code also doesn't take into account that the actual parking demand for mixed-use development such as this. Rather, they assume the need for exclusive 100% parking for each use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is not the case, as anyone who is familiar with multifamily developments and office developments, such as this developer, they know that there's kind of an ebb and flow of parking demand throughout those hours of the day. And that's why we look to these time of day distributions, which we'll get into a moment, to more appropriately develop these projects. The functional integration of these 3 different uses is the best example of how the distribution of parking demand ebbs and flows at different times of the day. And this slide is just showing that ebb and flow graphically. This is the percent of peak parking demand throughout a 24-hour period, all based on the extensive data that IT has for similar sites. You can see this is a representation, kind of a heat map of that 100% parking demand in red, and how the parking demand ebbs and flows, and how there's peaks and valleys that are offset from each other to be able to truly share the parking of a mixed-use development. And this is the exact same data that you just saw, just represented in a different manner. You can really see these peaks and valleys here, especially as you go along to the later hours of the day, where that residential demand does increase because you do have overnight parking. And that's when commercial and office is empty. And here you can see that on-street parking situation that Tyler went into in the spaces that we're proposing. And we also mentioned how this is a transit emphasis and mixed-use corridor. And you can see here the from walkscore.com, this area is nested within an area of ample restaurants and grocery and other things of the like. And with the new sidewalk that the development is proposing and the improvements that FDOT is proposing, this area was deemed as a walker's paradise. And so we believe that the densification along this arterial that is already identified as a transit emphasis corridor only contributes to and encourages that walker's paradise. And going into the next few waivers, we have to do with landscape buffering. And as mentioned, this is a fairly small site, and so it's inherently impossible to comply with every aspect of this code, especially when developing a thoughtful and functional site on a smaller piece of property. And so we think this exhibit is very helpful as it shows the existing and proposed landscape and buffering that we're providing is substantial, especially for this infill redevelopment project. And so going into these, parcel A is the parcel along Kennedy. It's adjacent to the TGH parking lot, and the code requires a 15-foot use-to-use buffer and a wall there. However, we feel that a sidewalk at this location is more appropriate, as it'll connect the users of the site to Kennedy Boulevard and then have that adjacent sidewalk there. And so we believe having that as opposed to a wall to kind of a medical use parking lot is a better use. And then parcel B to the north, we are asking for just a 5-foot reduction for that use-to-use buffer to the east to provide better parking and circulation, as this is a smaller site, and so that is one of the trade-offs here. The reduction is intended to be replaced by an enhanced landscape buffer that still provides an attractive divide between the uses. And Ricky Pederico with Dark Moss is here to speak more intelligently about that. And for the parking islands, we believe that the 13-foot required width was more so contemplated back when looking at maybe larger parcels with rows and rows of parking. The stalls that are, the landscape islands that are proposed here are sufficient, and we do believe that there's sufficient circulation on the site with that. Lastly, for parcel B, we are requesting a slight reduction in the distance from the property line to the nearest parking space, which is 5.5 feet. So this is that VUA buffer, and so really the purpose of the VUA buffer is to provide enough buffering and distance from that parking lot edge to the nearest travel lane of North Tampania. And as you can see here, we actually do have 3 feet of landscape just outside the parcel boundary, and then an additional 6 feet from that sidewalk that the developer is proposing, plus an 8-foot wide on-street parking space. So we actually have over 22 feet of buffer from that street to the vehicle use area. So we believe that that is efficient for this location. And I do want to mention that we are actually meeting and exceeding our green space requirements for this project. And so now I'll pass it on to our client, Tim Johnson with Avid Ventures, who is a developer of the project, to speak more about his community engagement.
Hello, I'm Tim Johnson, sworn in. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I think the proposed project that we put forward today is representative of the great things that are going on in the city today. I've been fortunate to be a part of a lot of new development in the city, a lot of it in Water Street. And then I've also kind of stepped back and looked at what's growing in the city. And I really believe that we have to have this missing middle housing. It can't just be townhomes and towers. I think there's a lot of really great sites along these corridors and other neighborhoods that need housing. We're trying to do smart development. We're really focusing on bringing housing, mixed-use properties into areas that they make sense. We're also committed to the affordable housing needs. I really think that there's a serious housing crisis going on I can't solve it alone, but I think every little bit helps. I have another project that was approved earlier this year. We did, I think it's the smallest one in Tampa to commit to affordable housing requirement, and look forward to doing more. Sorry, one other thing. We did actively talk to the neighborhood. We significantly made some reductions. After listening to the community, I live in this community. I want to be a good neighbor. I want to be a good citizen here. We reduced the count. Initially, we planned up to 54 units here. We took off a whole floor, brought it down to 40, increased the parking, which you can see in the stats here. We also added some on-street parking, and then also removed a driveway that was on Tampania to take advantage of the alley here. So we've tried to listen. I think some of the people that spoke earlier and hopefully speak after this will show that. Really just focus on trying to be the best neighbor possible. Definitely not perfect, but doing what we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtak.
Explain to me how we ended up with surface parking instead of combining somehow. I'm just either a parking garage or residence is above it instead of lowering the unit count. Like, why?
So our first version of the plan contemplated, so the existing site today is the vet clinic up front and a surface parking lot there that exists today. So our first version of the plan, and this is version 3, had a building up front on Kennedy that's proposed similar to today, same footprint, and we on the back could fit 6 or 7 townhomes. After seeing some of the neighborhood and what's going on with the addition of the driveways that would need to go on the street, I personally didn't think it was the right call. So we were honestly 2 weeks away from submitting V1, the plan. I pulled an audible and told the team to start over. Can we look at pulling the same amount of square footage and putting it on top of the units at Kennedy, keeping the surface lot that's there today? Because that's been the use for quite some time. The neighborhood doesn't seem to have a problem with it. It's been existing, it's been there. And then we committed to having an enhanced landscape buffer around the part, especially fronting North A, to buffer with the other residences. So the thought was that simply shift the density to Kennedy and keep it as low impact as possible on the back parcel.
It's just very unusual because we've seen a lot of parcels like this, they'll stair step down. So they'll do that high-rise townhouse, then into the neighborhood, and it's just, this is just unusual to see surface parking.
I can't say that you're not correct on that. The thought was as simply as that with a surface lot there today, that it was my thought that it would be the least disruptive to the neighborhood. That's simply what it was.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, because I just couldn't figure out if there just wasn't enough density to allow you to build on that, or how it all worked.
No, I mean, we could, I think per the current zoning, we can do up to 7 townhomes, so to fit somewhere between 6 or 7 that would work on the site. But that would also then put many more curb cuts onto the streets. We wouldn't be able to provide any of the on-street parking that we don't have any access, like we don't have reserved access to. It's open to anyone in the community, whether it's someone visiting these residents or these businesses or somewhere else. And so it was simply a pivot that I thought was the right thing to do in a smart urban infill deal.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Councilman Miranda?
No, I just say, this is unusual. I think you did the right call. You placed the preponderance of the buildings to the north, to the south where the traffic is on Kennedy Boulevard. And I remember the building that you're talking about, that was Dr. Avery, a veterinarian, was here from the 50s on to about, 2015 or something like that. He was a great veterinarian. And you did it right where you put the parking where most of the residential establishments are, the housing and so forth, was much pleasant on the eye. So I commend you on that. And I whispered to Mr. Goods, this is the second developer or individual looking to build something that has come up without anyone asking, that has 10% of something we've been talking about. And that was the workhouse for a senior. whatever you want to call it, but it's a need. We can't try to leave anyone behind, and little effort here and a little effort there, I think will certainly help the situation that not only this city's in, the whole country's in the same situation. And I also whispered today to myself, there was a lot of 3/4 of a block from where I live in West Tampa. And they were asking $650,000 for the lot. True, it was 120 by 170. And today I drove by and the sign is off. Either they sold it or they got tired, but they only had it like that for about 6 months. So I don't know where it's coming from, but the individuals now that own something, even if you sell it, you can't afford to move because you pay $200,000 or $300,000 more for the same size that you have. So these things that you're doing yourself and other developers, I think it's the need of the community to try to keep it as pleasant in the neighborhood and as affordable as possible in the neighborhood, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone in chambers that would like to speak to agenda item number 3, file number REZ 23-15?
Hello, my name's Adrian Laramie. Live at 201 North Tampania Avenue. I have an objection to the parking problem, the extra cars on the street. I think the project is great. I would move in it myself if I could afford to, but it's a beautiful place. It's a great location. One thing is that on the bus area, it only goes one every hour, one bus on Kennedy every hour. That's not really good transportation. There is walking distance to shopping. Publix is just down the street, but the sidewalks going there are very in need of repair, and also they're very narrow, so you really can, in some areas, can just barely walk on them. Anyway, looking at this North Campania Avenue, and this is where I live on this side over here. This is a new project that's going in, been going on. Actually, they're building it. It's been about 6 months now. They're not moving very fast. But there's actually, the driveway is right here on Tampania. And so that's going to leave the parking on Tampania very restricted. Like I said, I live right here. One day, or one evening, I was at home, and the fire truck was coming up North Tampania. There was a car parked on my side of the street and a car parked on the other side. Guess what? The fire truck couldn't get through. It had to back up and go around a different direction. So the city has to look at these projects as they're being built and realize that it may not be good for the neighborhood, because I wouldn't want to be the person on the other side having to wait a few extra minutes until that fire truck goes around and gets to their, to their location and be able to help them out. We show that down on Tampania, the same thing there. There's just not enough room for people to park. Yes, they're going to be having parking on this side, but once in a while, the people on this side like to park. And as the cars come off Kennedy, they're moving pretty fast all the way up the street. My car was parked in front of my house, and there was a big oak tree there. And one morning I woke up, and the car was on my front yard. Someone had come in at night, ran the end of it, the rear end, and pushed it on the front lawn of my house. So I think City Council needs to look at this whole project and the parking as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Halloran. I am the assistant manager of a local business that is right near the proposed development. This development would provide more affordable housing for my employees, my customers, and employees of the surrounding businesses. This development would also bring in more possible customers to the local business, more possible employees, which is always a good thing, and overall can just help locally owned businesses that are in the area. It would also create more job opportunities So those that are moving here to Tampa, which there are a lot of people that are, moving here to Tampa, those who are in the college right nearby, those who are freshly graduating. This would just create more of an opportunity for those who are looking for it. I moved to Tampa not long ago because I saw the opportunity here. And so, you know, anything that can help give others that opportunity and other small businesses that opportunity, I am in full support of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ken Cowart, 2704 West North 8th Street. Jot down a bunch of notes here. I'm an architect practicing in Tampa for over 20 years and have been part of multiple projects previous councils have approved, and a few that you guys have rejected. I live on North A, only 1 block from this project, and my house is on every graphic that you've seen thus far. I've been there 3 years and have seen a bunch of development. Most of it's been good. I originally was against this project. North A is a residential street, and surface lots diminish the look and feel of a comfortable residential street. Contrary to what you've heard by staff, North A is a residential street, not a transitional street. There are over 80% single-family homes. There are townhomes, duplexes, Airbnbs as you get closer to Armenia and eastward towards downtown. From Armenia to McDill, there's only 1 existing surface lot. That is this project. While I do not like the idea of surface lots remaining, I will fight tooth and nail if any additional surface lots get built on North A. I am in support of this project for multiple reasons. What makes a great urban neighborhood is a diversity of housing types and, more importantly, and often overlooked, on-street parking. On-street parking, as you're aware from other meetings and workshops, is a vital community asset for a neighborhood to thrive. Every garage, every driveway, curb cut removes at least 1 on-street parking space and removes a community amenity. Townhomes and tonal plans are slowly killing our neighborhood. North A is an amazing street, and I hope Tampa drivers never find out about it because it is a great thoroughfare avoiding Kennedy traffic. Every day we see dozens of people walking their dogs to and from work to restaurants on Kennedy. The on-street parking slows down traffic, buffers pedestrians from cars, and can be shared amongst all residents. Streets without on-street parking become cut-throughs and thoroughfares for those wise enough to avoid traffic. Why am I talking about on-street parking? Well, it's obvious from what the developer said earlier. They have maintained on-street parking by their design. They have increased by 5 spaces, and they've maintained upwards of 4 to 5 spaces on North A. I'm fast-forwarding because I think I'm running out of time. What we are experiencing in Armory Gardens is a slow removal of shared parking prioritized by private driveways and garages. Each duplex removes at least 2 spaces from the street. The by right development of this project could remove all on-street parking on North A. I support this project for maintaining the on-street parking. The second reason for support is the developer has moved the parking entrance to the alley and has allowed for all traffic to come in and out of the property from Kennedy or the alley that dead ends onto Armenia. The final reason for support, the developer has modified the plans to provide for a 1-to-1 parking ratio. Although our city code has not caught up to national parking standards, most cities now look to a parking ratio of 1 parking stall per bedroom, which was illustrated earlier by the developer. 1 house per bedroom allows for housing flexibility and encourages smaller unit sizes. I got 30 seconds?
30 seconds, please.
30 seconds, okay, cool. 1 space per bedroom allows for more affordable housing because what it does is it encourages developers to have more units and less 4 and 5 bedroom homes. A 4 or 5 bedroom home in our neighborhood is quickly converted into an Airbnb serving over 6 people and creating additional parking. So I'm in support of this project for those reasons, maintaining on-street parking, the 1-to-1 ratio, and the lack of curb cuts on North A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Hagan, sorry for being here again, but this issue was brought up and I thought it'd be good to have a conversation because these are such great opportunities to talk about specific policy points. I think one of my favorite things about this project is the surface parking because covered parking, structured parking is very expensive and very permanent. I know that we are at the tail end of a political campaign season where parking has come up a lot, which I'm very glad to see. If in the next 10 years we eliminate parking minimums along our premier east-west transit corridor from Midtown or from downtown to West Shore, what does that mean for this parking lot? I don't know, maybe we could redevelop it into housing. If half the building in front was a parking garage, that would forever be parking garage, that would never be housing. So for me, it's very interesting, not really germane to this rezoning, but since it was brought up, I thought it would be worth sort of sharpening our knives or whatever, talking about that issue. That's ironically one of the more interesting pieces of this project for me. Thank you.
So far, I'm not walking home. Anyway, as you heard before, Sandy Sanchez, 2705 West Fig Street in the Armory Gardens community. As I said before, I support this project. And I think it's evident by the preparation that the developer and the attorney has made. When you had questions about the waivers, they were prepared to answer your questions, and that's how they have been with the community. And every question that we have asked them, they have answered us. They readily are available for any kind of information. We feel like we've built up a professional relationship with them, and hopefully a trust that we can move forward with. So we think that this is a project, like I said, that within Armory Gardens that we can live with. We always are going to have the parking issues and the traffic issues. But again, I'm hoping mobility, with their new parking division and all their new rules and workshops and pilot programs that they're coming up, will help us take care of some of those. But I did want you to know that I do support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers that would like to speak to agenda item number 3, file number REC 23-15? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online?
We did, but he's not there anymore. Mr. Siebel is not there, so no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goods?
Tyler? I know his last name.
I know that.
His last name.
That might have been another title. There, 2 of them got up there. What do I do?
Could be 4.
Well, you mentioned my name earlier about housing. I've been talking about that from day one. And I see that the developers are, I won't say biting, but appeasing council by putting a few numbers in these housing units. And you've been doing that. So I appreciate that. But I don't want the council to be bamboozled down the road when we got these density bonuses about affordable housing. When I look at this project, it's 40 units, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 4 of them will be for affordable housing, correct? 2 at 80 and 2 at 120.
Correct.
You recall we've had some other folks about what the bonus density earlier with housing, with so many numbers of housing units, but not that many affordable units. And that's the crutch of it all. But what I can say, when the gentleman talked about, when Nathan talked about parking garages, they cost a lot. And that takes away a lot from the project of having housing. So I'm hoping you you do a good job, and hopefully down the road with some of the projects I know will be coming later on, that we look at these things. When you talk about parking garages, and be able to do a little bit more in the number for real affordable housing. Because that's what I've heard all along. We can't do affordable housing because of the parking garage. I heard that so many times from developers. So if this gentleman had the tuition to kind of look at that, we still only got 4 out of the 40, which, goes to 36. But I just want you to hear that before I leave here, that you understand that I'm still going to sound the alarm, because I still believe that we can make some things happen. And our housing department needs to look at the number of what we're giving as a bonus density with the percentage and the amount of money we're giving with these developments. So I just want you to hear that before I go. But I'm going to support the project because you have been listening. And I think you've been one of the guys who's going to tell people we need to go to kind of appease council a little bit with some housing units. But again, I appreciate you for that, but I want you to look a little bit more into the future as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Council,
Any rebuttal?
Very short, Council. Thank you for your time. We're very proud of this project. I think this is a project that Council can be very proud to support. We are very proud of the community outreach and the community support. Obviously, we couldn't quite get there with every single neighbor, but we think there is a lot of evidence in the record to support the waivers we've requested. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I would ask council for your support. And if it is pleasure council to support, just a reminder about the second reading on June 15th if possible. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. You know, I wish I could say no to this project, but I can't. Because I love the building that's there. That's what I was asking earlier. Will everything be demolished? Because it's a beautiful, that veterinary clinic is, I don't know, must be 100 years old or close to it. However, you know, legally, you know, a couple things. You have the community support. You have a lot of voices in support. People that are very involved in their community and very critical, and they pay attention, and they've come to support this. And I think that says a lot. Also, the design is very beautiful. My compliments to the architect. And you answered the question of that missing middle housing. Talking about the density along those busy corridors. Kennedy Boulevard, we know. And it's a shame that the bus only runs every hour. It may run every half hour, but I don't know. But again, it's a needed project. I think it's a very good project. And again, the community came out in support. You have letters of support. So I think that's very important. I'd like to read this ordinance being presented for first reading, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2517 West Kennedy Boulevard, 111 North Tampania Avenue, and 2412 West North 8th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification RM16 Residential Multifamily and CG Commercial General to PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily and Storefront Residential Commercial Office uses, providing an effective date. Along with that, the proposed rezoning will allow better utilization of the land that is consistent with the intensity anticipated under the CMU 35 and UMU 60 designations, consistent with Land Use Policy 814.1. Also with the Land Development Code Section 27-136, the proposed development as shown on the site plan promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. We discussed the surface parking, we discussed a lot of things. Proposed use promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. I agree with that. Regarding the waivers, I find them in compliance with Section 27-139.4. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of the waivers. And that was discussed as to why keep the surface parking, because it's been in that use existing for a while now. You have the building closest to Kennedy, which is the busier of the roads. The requested waiver will not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waiver. And I think that would be enough for my motion. Thank you.
Second. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. Any further discussion?
I think I seconded it before Vieira, but let it have Vieira have it. No, Vieira can have it.
Let me rephrase that. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just wanted to say again, to reiterate what Councilman Maniscalco said about really working with the community. It makes a huge difference and it matters a lot. And it seems that more and more people are starting to understand that council is looking for that community involvement. And so I want to say thank you for that.
Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Goods,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 15, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5, file number REZ 22-87.
Thank you so much, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Ms. Dock. If we could leave chambers quietly, that would be greatly appreciated. Please proceed, Ms. Dodd.
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And Council, item number 5 is REZ 2287. This is for the property located at 1200 North West Shore Boulevard. The applicant is being represented by Cammie Corbett. The request is to rezone the property from OP1, Office Professional, and MAP, Municipal Airport 1, to Planned Development PD for the uses of retail sales, residential multifamily, and restaurant, or for OP1 and MAP1 uses. And just to give a quick background prior to Planning Commission coming up giving their report, this request, you saw an application for this property for rezoning. It was before council on February 9th. It was a request to rezone to a PD. After the first reading, the applicant then realized that they would like the ability to have the existing hotel use on site to become a conforming use after the adoption of the PD. So what is before you today is an allowance to either develop this PD with the uses requested, or for that existing hotel use to remain on site, but it must comply with OP1 and MAP1 standards. And so what I'll do now is turn it over to Planning Commission to give their report, and then I'll come back and give my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Thomas, Planning Commission. The subject site is within the West Shore Planning District. It is not within an identified neighborhood, but is in the vicinity of the Tampa Airport, the Tampa International Airport, and it's adjacent to the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. That neighborhood starts just on the other side of West Shore Boulevard. Transit service is provided adjacent to the site on West Shore Boulevard. Charles B. Williams Park is the closest recreational facility, located approximately 1 mile to the southeast. The subject site is within the coastal planning area and evacuation zone A. Any rezonings that increase the number of residential units within the coastal planning area shall mitigate for the impact on shelter space. Here is an aerial view of the subject site. You can see it outlined in purple here. As you can see, the area is urban in nature. The surrounding uses are all commercial or heavy commercial uses. And the area has been transitioning towards a more mixed-use development pattern recently. To the north, going north along West Shore Boulevard is the International Mall, and then as you move south, you can see a little bit of West Shore Plaza on the other side of 275. Here is the adopted future land use map. All along West Shore Boulevard, you can see the predominant land use designation is RMU 100. In the blue right here is the public, semi-public, that is Jefferson's High School. You can see some more blue here, which is part of Tampa International Airport. This light gray color is the municipal airport compatibility future land use designation. And that designation is meant to just serve that any development within the flight path to Tampa International is compatible with those uses. And then you can see a little bit of R35 and R20 south of 275. The applicant is proposing to rezone 4.28 acres to permit 398 dwelling units and 7,502 square feet of retail uses. A hotel presently occupies the site. The Regional Mixed Use 100 designation supports high intensity, high density, high rise residential, major office, and regional serving commercial developments, and is generally found in areas supported by major transportation facilities. Transit investment has occurred within proximity to the subject site, and there are several transit stops located within proximity of the subject site. The PD proposes a 7-story residential tower that is oriented towards North Occident Street and West Shore Boulevard. Due to the proximity of the site to the MAP category running along the western portion of the site, the residential tower is pushed back from North Occident Street. The PD provides a sidewalk along North Occident Street that connects the residential tower, addressing the mixed-use corridor policies. Additionally, retail is proposed along Northwest Shore Boulevard and is placed close to the public right-of-way. Entrances are oriented towards and connected to a proposed 10 to 14 foot sidewalk along Northwest Shore Boulevard, and pedestrians connections are provided from the residential tower and retail to the parking garage, which is accessible via a private drive that runs along the southern boundary of the property. In conclusion, the proposed rezoning supports many policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on underutilized land to ensure there's an adequate supply of housing available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Planning Commission staff finds the proposed the proposed development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Ms. Dodd?
Thank you again, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And this PD request that is before you, which Sam has oriented you with the site and the request itself and the land size, but I'll just give a brief overview. This is the site plan that was submitted with this request. So in orienting you with the site plan, this is West Shore Boulevard, this is Occident. So the entry to the site will be located here with the drive that will be created with the drop-off and valet point here. With the, this is the line which designates the MAP1 and OP1 zoning district, and as mentioned earlier by Sam, all of the development that is proposed is within what is currently the OP1, which is east of the site. This western piece contains the amenities and open spaces on site. But the PD plan provides for 7,502 square feet of retail sales, 398 residential multifamily units. The frontage on the site is 300 feet of frontage, and the depth is measuring at 622.65 feet. So the site currently has an existing hotel use, which is what I referred to earlier in the introduction, providing a background for the request, and I have pictures of the site to show you shortly. And this request would allow for the uses that are contained within the PD or for that hotel use to remain on site and be a conforming use. Also with the request, this property is located within the West Shore Overlay District and it must comply with the West Shore Overlay District design standards. The request has been reviewed by Urban Design and it is, it does meet those standards. And Urban Design found the request consistent. And so here are elevations of the site. This is the northern elevation. The top is the eastern elevation, and then this is west elevation that's located here at the bottom. And this is the south elevation. And then I'll show the aerial map next. So this is the zoning map and an aerial of the site. So this is West Shore Boulevard, this is Occident, this is 275 located further south. The site is outlined in red. You can see the OP1 zoning that is located surrounding the site immediately to the north and the east. And then you have your MAP1 designation, which is further west. And then along Cypress, you have your other commercial zonings that follow that corridor. This is the existing site currently. That's on West Shore, and then this is the west end of the site, so this is on Occident, looking towards the site. This is also on Occident, this is west of the site, so the site in this picture is to the right. This is west of the site, across the street, across Occident. This is also across the street, that's west of the site. This is the hotel, which is south of the site. This is southeast of the site, so it's heading back towards West Shore and Cypress. And then as we come back up, closer to the site, that's east of the site on West Shore. I'll turn this way. This is northeast of the site. Circle back around north of the site and closer north of the site. So the DRC staff has reviewed the request, finds the request inconsistent, and if you will refer to the finding from transportation and the comment related to the waivers requested, there are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading if council should decide to approve the request. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Dock? Thank you.
Thank you.
Petitioner?
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. I really view this, what we're here before you tonight, as a housekeeping item. We always intended to retain the OP1 and the map designation. When we came back and asked for this motion for this first reading, we explained to you that we are the contract purchaser. Trimble Pro Residential is the contract purchaser. We have an owner of the property, the seller, who is allowing us to rezone this property for redevelopment for our intended use, but wants to be kind of in the same position that they are today, should we not close on the property. And where they are today is they have OP1 and MAP zoning. And really what happened is during DRC, the OP1 and MAP1 designation did not get retained in the title block, which meant it didn't get advertised. And so in abundance of caution, we asked for the first reading, we re-advertised the application, and we re-noticed it and put the sign out, and we did not receive any calls or questions regarding the change that we presented. So wasn't planning on re-presenting our justifications for the PD or the waivers this evening, just in interest of your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 5, file number REZ 22-87? Do we have anybody online, Madam Clerk?
Move close.
Second. We have a motion closed by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir.
I know, right? I move and we're number 5, yeah.
Yes.
A public hearing or strike that ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1200 Northwest Shore Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification OP1, office professional, and MAP1, municipal airport, to PD, plan development, retail sales, residential, multifamily, and restaurant, or OP1 and MAP1 uses, providing an effective date.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
And if I may, just for the record, I find that there is compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, as mentioned in the Planning Commission staff report, compliance with Land Development Code Section 27-136, as well as other findings cited in the report. Thank you. And with revisions. Thank you.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Goods,
Yes.
Vieira, Maniscalco, Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson, Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number 9, file number REZ 23-05.
Saint Hussein Development Coordination. This being proposed for a rezone at the location 8524 North Mulberry Street. Proposed rezoning from RS50 to PD residential, single-family detached. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Same comments with the Planning Commission. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District in the Sulphur Springs neighborhood. Transit service is provided approximately 0.25 miles away at North Mulberry Street and East Waters Avenue. North Tampa Park is the closest recreational facility, located at approximately 0.18 miles southwest of the site, and the site is not within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site. You can see it outlined here at the intersection of Mulberry and Yukon Street. As you can see, the surrounding area is predominantly single-family detached uses. And here is the adopted future land use map. You can see the subject site recognized underneath the residential 10 designation, which is the predominant designation in this area. You can see a little bit of public, semi-public down here in the bottom corner. Oh, no, you can't. There you go. That's a school down there. The applicant is proposing to rezone 0.2 acres to permit 2 single-family detached units. This portion of North Mulberry Street has an existing fine grain development pattern. The proportion of North Mulberry Street between Yukon Street and East Stewart Street has an existing average density of 6.13 units per acre. This is below the maximum 10 dwelling units per acre allowed under the residential 10 future land use designation. The proposed density of 9 units per acre is below the maximum of 10 units per acre allowed under the R10 designation. Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed development is compatible with the development pattern found along this portion of North Mulberry Street. Rezoning the site will allow for development envisioned and planned for under the residential 10 future land use designation and provide additional housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population. In conclusion, Tampa's Planning Commission staff found the proposed development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll first go ahead and share the aerial view of the property. As you see the property right here outlined in red, to the north, south, east, and west are all residential single family, all zoned RS50. You have East Yukon here to the north. To the east you have North Mulberry Street. To the south you have East Seward Street. And to the west you have North 13th Street. I will now show the site plan provided by the applicant. The proposed rezoning is for the development of 2 residential single-family detached units. You have parcel A and parcel B. The site is currently occupied by a residential single-family detached home at this time. The maximum building height is at 35 feet. Vehicular access comes from parcel A, comes from North Mulberry Street here. And for parcel B, it comes from East Yukon Street, right here. The subject site contains approximately 9,639 square feet. There's a total of 2 parking spaces that are required, and 2 parking spaces are being provided. Parcel A comes to 4,819 square feet, and also parcel B also comes to 4,819 square feet. I will now provide the elevations provided by the applicant. As you see, this is parcel A. You have elevation to the east, north, west, and south. I'll now provide the elevations for parcel B provided by the applicant. Elevation to the north, west, south, and east. As I went out to the site, I'll show you the pictures that I took. This is the subject site as is. You have that residential single-family home there. As you see, this is facing the west, so you have East Yukon Street here. You have the subject site here, and then there's residential single-family on both sides of East Yukon Street. To the south, you have more residential single-family. Also to the southeast, you have more residential single-family. Looking to the northeast, you have that intersection of East Yukon and North Mulberry. Directly north of the property, you have residential. And directly east of the property, also residential. I'll show the site plan one more time. There are no waivers being requested by the applicant. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request to be consistent with the land development code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, the applicant must provide revisions to the revision sheet as per the staff report between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Petitioner.
Good evening. My name is Mario Espaillat, 15705 Alto Linda Lane, 33624. The staff did a great job explaining everything that we're planning to do. So if you have any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 9, file number REZ 2305? Is there anyone online?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion passes. Let's see, who do we have? Councilman Carlson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move item number 9, file number REZ 23-05, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 8524 North Mulberry Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing effective date including revision sheet between first and second reading. And I'd like to state for the record, the proposed rezoning will allow better utilization of the land that is consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 designation and is consistent with the policy direction of the comprehensive plan to provide an adequate supply of housing for Tampa's growing population. Proposed development, as shown in the site plan, promotes or encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda, Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number 10, file number REZ 23-17.
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. This request is being proposed for a rezone at the location 4510 South Del Mabry Highway and folio number 129.049.0005. Proposed rezone from CG and CI to CI. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Sam Thomas, Planning Commission. The subject site is located within the South Tampa Planning District and the Fair Oaks Manhattan neighborhood. Transit service is provided adjacent to the site on South Del Mabry Highway. Foster Park is the closest recreational facility, located within a half a mile to the southwest of the site. And the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area and coastal planning area in a level B evacuation zone. Here is an aerial of the subject site. You can see it is just to the west of the Selman Expressway and the CSX railroad track. You have the Home Depot here to the north, and then you have the Fair Oaks condos over to the other side of Del Mabry Highway. Along this section of Del Mabry to the east is mainly commercial and character. Then as you move away over to the west of Del Mabry, you have some multifamily attached, and then some single family as you move farther in. Here is the adopted future land use map. As you can see, all along on the east side of Del Mabry is the Community Commercial 35 future land use designation, which the site is recognized under. On the other side of Del Mabry, you have the community mixed use 35 that transitions into the R10 single family neighborhood. And then you have the public recreational open space here, which I believe is the Palmacia Little League Fields, and that transitions into the residential 10 on the other side as well. The applicant is proposing to rezone 0.22 acres from, oh, no, that is not right. It's not 0.22 acres, but, I'm sorry, I picked up the wrong paper. Okay. To commercial and, I'm sorry, I have misplaced my paper. Okay, here we go. Because the subject site is within an abundance of the commercial intensive uses within a half a mile of the subject site, and the subject site is separated from any residential uses from South Del Mabry Highway and the Selman Expressway and CSX railroad tracks, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed commercial intensive district is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The subject site is located within an identified mixed-use corridor. Therefore, any development of the site should address the mixed-use corridor policies during the development review process. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. I'm available for any questions. My apologies for the mess up with the paper there.
Any questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll first go ahead and show the aerial view, as I like to give you a little overview of the property, as you see outlined here in red. Now this property to the north is zoned PD and also CG. You have commercial uses to the north. To the south, it's zoned CG and CI with also commercial uses. To the west, you'll have vacant land and also, to the west of here, you'll have vacant land and also a condominium, as I'll show you in pictures to come. And to the east, you'll have vacant land and also the CSX railroad. The subject property is approximately 4.82 acres in size. The site is currently occupied by a commercial building, and as you see, the site is right here on South Del Mabry. I'll show pictures as I went out to the site. As I went to the property, you'll see what is now on site. You see a bubble down car wash opening soon. As you see the public notice sign right here, and the wash happy hashtag, and the bubble down establishment.
Thanks for pointing out the hashtag.
Yeah, well, you know. To the south, you'll see more commercial. You have the Jazz Thai restaurant right here. You have residential multifamily over here to the west. Directly south, you have Joni's Pet Salon, commercial establishment. Directly west of the site, you have the Fair Oaks condominiums. And as I'm looking north down Del Mabry, you'll have more commercial establishments running north and south. I'll go back to this picture. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. This is Euclidean, so no site plan was needed, and there's no revision sheet. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Staff found this consistent.
Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive, for the record, here on behalf of REZ 2317, Euclidean rezoning that has now lost the suspense of what it will eventually be. This is located along Southdale Mabry Highway, just east. I won't spend a ton of time revisiting the location, but I would like to note that I think the staff report only referenced one parcel. There are two. There's a parcel that's running right along the CSX Railroad. They were both noticed, and I think that Ms. Bowles will have mentioned this in a second as well, just so that we're aware, and then the total of 4.82 acres. As you can see that the map of the current zoning, it's a little bit odd the way it's designated. These are our two parcels here. As you can see, there's some small portions highlighted in yellow that are currently commercial general. The rest of the site is commercial intensive. So our proposed request before you tonight is to change so that the entire site is covered in the CI zoning designation, so we don't have those random clips of the site that remain in CG. And staff found this consistent.
If I may stop you, there we go. Please proceed.
Okay. Staff found this consistent across all reviewing departments that reviewed this application, and I will conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the petitioner? Is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item number 10, file number REZ 23-17? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Miranda?
Thank you. This is number 10.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. I was trying to get your attention before you closed the public hearing.
We've already closed it. Now we'll have to reopen it.
No.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that if council is inclined to approve the ordinance, I have handwritten in the folio number that was just added to the title of the ordinance. The applicant confirmed that they did properly notice it to include both the street address of 4510 Southdale Mabry and the folio number. The folio number was not included in the staff report, so I didn't pick up on the fact that there was another parcel to be included in the title of the ordinance. And the ordinance will be corrected before second reading.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. I believe Councilman Miranda, who is going to read the motion, has the correct folio number.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope so. File number 10, REZ 23-17, orders being presented for first reading, consideration, and orders rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4510 Southdale Mabry Highway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification CG Commercial General and CI Commercial Intensive to CI Commercial Intensive, providing an effective date. Folio number is 129049/0005. And this is Euclidean zoning, and it meets all the goals and objectives of the Planning Commission. As such, a property zoning district currently encompasses most of the subject site and is presented to the east and south of the site due to the abundance of commercial use within 1/2 mile of the subject, and that the site subject is separated by any residential use by Southdale Mabry Highway. I find the rezoning request be compatible with the surrounding area consisting of land use policy 2.1.2, 15.2.4.
We have a motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? No. Roll call vote.
Carlson? Yes. Goods?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, I am recusing myself from this next case because I have an interest in real property located on the same block as the subject property, and I abstain from voting on this quasi-judicial matter to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest and to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. I would like to put this into the record.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 11, file number REZ 23-20.
Zain Hussein Development Coordination. This is proposed rezoning at the location 5802 and 5804 North Florida Avenue and 103 West Henry Avenue. Proposed rezoning from SHCI to SHPD residential single family attached. And now pass along to our Planning Commission.
Sam Thomas Planning Commission. The subject site is located in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Old Seminole Heights neighborhood. North Florida Avenue is a transit emphasis corridor, and transit service is provided 0.1 miles northeast of the site on Idlewild Avenue and Florida Avenue. Seminole Heights Garden Center is the closest recreational facility located within 0.17 miles east of the site. And the subject site is within the coastal planning area in a level D evacuation zone. Rezonings that increase the number of residential units within the coastal planning area shall mitigate for the impact on shelter space. Here is an aerial overview of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see it outlined in the purple. The surrounding loose uses on North Florida Avenue are commercial in character. As you move into the neighborhood, it is a mix of single-family attached uses or single-family detached uses with some attached uses. You can see just to the north of the site a major multifamily development project that is relatively new. Here is the adopted future land uses. The site is recognized under two future land uses, the Community Commercial 35 and the Community Mixed Use 35. The main difference between those two land uses is that the Community Commercial 35 allows for commercial intensive uses, whereas the CMU 35 does not. You can see it then transitions into the single family neighborhood with the R20 and then within to the R10 designation. The applicant proposes to rezone 0.48 acres to permit 20 single-family attached units. The rezoning will allow for better utilization of the land that is consistent with the intensity anticipated under the CMU 35 and CC 35 designations. The PD proposes structures that are oriented towards the adjacent right-of-ways. The comprehensive plan promotes pedestrian safety and encourages building entrances to connect to public right-of-ways. The PD proposes internal sidewalks from the building entrances to the sidewalks along West Henry Avenue and North Florida Avenue. The proposed sidewalks will help ensure that they interconnect with future and existing sidewalks on adjacent properties. The proposal has front entrances oriented towards West Henry Avenue and North Florida Avenue, providing pedestrian access and connections to the proposed 5-foot sidewalk along Henry Avenue and the 10-foot sidewalk along Florida Avenue. Additionally, the comprehensive plan encourages the use of the alley. Units 15 through 20 have vehicular alley access to the west, which will help preserve the right-of-way and provide a safer, more pleasant streetscape for pedestrians, and that is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. Lastly, Planning Commission staff requests that, if approved, that the applicant delineate the future land use boundaries on the site between first and second readings. Planning Commission staff finds the proposed request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff?
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go ahead and show the aerial view of the property. As you see the property right here outlined in red. To the north, you have zoned SHCI, which is residential single family. To the south, you have zoned SHRS and SHCI, which is residential single family and commercial use. To the east, you have zoned SHCI, which is a commercial use. And to the west, you have zoned SHRS, which is residential single family. As you see, it's on North Florida Avenue here and West Henry Avenue. I'll now show the site plan provided by the applicant. The proposed rezoning is to allow for the development of the property with residential single-family attached uses. The subject site contains a lot area of 39,966 square feet, or approximately 0.85 acres in size. Subject properties are located at the southeast corner of the intersection of West Henry and North Florida Avenue. The site is currently vacant and also occupied by a public institutional use. The applicant is proposing 20 units within 4 buildings, as you see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The total building area will be 16,810 square feet. The proposed maximum building height is at 41.67 feet. A total of 40 parking spaces are required, and the applicant is providing 43 parking spaces. Vehicular access is provided from North Florida Avenue to the east and West Henry Avenue to the south, and there's also an alley to the west. I will now show the elevations provided by the applicant. This is an elevation for building 3. Elevation to the east. Elevation to the south. Elevation to the west. And elevation to the north. I'll now show an elevation for build townhomes, building 1 and 4. You have the east elevation. And the west elevation. For townhome building number 2, I'll show you the north elevation, west elevation, south elevation, and east elevation. As I went out to the site, I will show you the pictures that I took. First picture. So the vacant site. Another picture. The vacant site. Looking here on North Florida, north and south, looking to the north, we'll see commercial and residential uses, all north and south. You're here at the intersection of West Henry and North Florida. You'll see there is a car lot here to the west, to the east. Looking directly south, you'll see a car repair shop. Looking directly east, you'll see a Domino's Pizza. And looking directly west, you'll see residential single family. I want to show you the site plan one more time so you can see it. All 4 buildings being proposed with a total of 20 proposed units. The applicant is requesting 3 waivers, so there has been a revision, and I'll have my arborist talk about this in a second. but there is now 3 waivers, so waiver number 1 will be deleted, and waiver number 4 will remain in its place. And I'll have Aaron provide a revised revision sheet to council, if Marty is somewhere nearby. You have 3 waivers here, 1 from urban design and 2 from natural resources, and I'll have Aaron speak in a couple minutes. But development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the overall request to be consistent with the land development code. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the applicant must provide revisions to the revised revision sheet between first and second reading. I'll now pass along to Aaron, Mayor from Natural Resources.
All right. Good evening, council. Thanks, Zane. Aaron, Mayor, Development Coordination. I just want to briefly go over a few of my comments. There are some modifications required between first and second reading. Earlier today, I sent out a revised revision sheet that reflected these changes. The first change, after speaking with the applicant and the applicant's arborist, the citation note was amended in the revision sheet to $3,219. The second change is related to the use-to-use landscape waiver. It was requested that waiver number 1 be removed as it was duplicated with waiver number 4. Waiver number 4 will remain on the site plan. That's referencing the staff report, those waiver numbers. Those are all the changes to the revision sheet, and the applicant has agreed to these changes. Natural Resources has an overall finding of consistent as green space requirements have been met and exceeded. No waivers were needed for any vehicular use area buffers, and 1 non-hazardous grand tree has been preserved on site. That's it, and if you have any questions for me, I'm here.
Nope. Any questions? I'm sorry, any questions for staff? Seeing none. Petitioner.
Good evening, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive, Gardner Brewer Hudson. With me is Megan Smith, who's plugging in. In the interest of time, given Zane's explanation and a full finding of consistency and no known opposition, I'll be brief, but we represent Middle Bay Homes. Their North Star for this project has been to provide a high-quality, thoughtful project for Seminole Heights. And I just wanted to walk you through a couple of the design features that meet that, if we can pull this up.
You just have to actually drag this over. Sorry.
Sure. Tyler comes in, gets it right. Truett comes in, gets it wrong.
I'm not good with technology, so I bring these all-stars in. I mean, we're still fumbling.
Do you want to go rogue? 'Cause
Sure.
hers is not the updated version.
Well, we won't use visuals. We'll just use our mouths, and we're good at that. So a couple of the design features I wanted to point out, which were mentioned before. One, as it relates to Henry in Florida, these have been designed to have, actually I've got one graphic that I know I have. I know the Elmo works.
Roller on top. Got to put it back in focus.
Cool. This is taking longer than I thought.
Never mind, Zane. You get out of here. Never mind.
I'm
Get out of
heading
here.
focus.
There you go.
There you leave me, how there, it's focused.
There you go.
So this is the elevation for Henry, which is similar to Florida. You can see it's got the nice stoops, a pedestrian access that connects to a 5-foot sidewalk on Henry, 10-foot sidewalk on Florida. Again, you can see the quality of this development here. These are for sale townhomes. The thought on the 20 units versus what this could be allowed for, which is 29. Same with square footage. I think we're designing to about 53% of the potential of this. is for quality, not to pack a bunch of density in, given the high-profile nature. There is also a dog park on the north side of the street, and then the access is all internal, one ingress egress off of Henry, and then on the west side of the site is an alley, and so great use of access there. And I'll let Megan run through the waivers real quick, just so you're aware of those and how those work and what they are.
Good evening, Megan Smith with Gardner Brewer Hudson. So we have 3 waivers that we are requesting. The first one is for the setback to the build-to line with the internal building that's located there. It's not meeting that requirement of facing public right-of-ways and sidewalks, and so that's facing the dog park. The next waiver is about the 2 non-hazardous grand live oaks that are being removed. They are located on the site and are both rotting and deteriorating, and so they are removing those and saving, as Aaron mentioned, 1 tree that is in preservation quality. And finally, we are requesting a reduction of our use-to-use buffer to 2.3 feet, and that's specifically for the vehicle backing area, as shown on the graphic to the right. The structure will be set back 13.8 feet, so it is meeting that buffer requirement. And we are available for any questions.
Just one more point I want to mention. A lot of times we're here requesting parking waivers for dense multifamily developments. In this instance, it's, I think, more suitable with a townhouse, 40 spaces required, 43 being provided. So 2 per unit plus another 3 for guests. So again, just goes to the thoughtful nature of this, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Any questions? Anyone in chambers wishing to speak to agenda item number 11, file number REZ 23-20? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Goods.
All right, file EZ 2320. Ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general city of 5802 and 5804 North Florida Avenue and 103 West Henry Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more described in section 1 from zoning classification SHCI Seminole Heights commercial intensive to SHPD Seminole Heights plan development residential single family attached, providing effective date.
We have a motion that's made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any further discussion? No. Roll call vote, please.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak, Carlson, Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak abstain. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number 13, file number SU2 23-01.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. The applicant here is requesting a special use 2 for a restaurant drive-in at the property located at 3603 West Hillsborough Avenue. I'll now pass along to our Planning Commission.
Thomas Planning Commission. The subject site is located within the University Planning District, and it is not within a city-identified neighborhood, but it is adjacent to the Plaza Terrace neighborhood. Hillsborough Avenue is a transit emphasis corridor, and transit service is provided 35 feet south of the site. Al Lopez Park is the closest recreational facility, located 200 feet south of the site, and the subject site is within a coastal planning area and evacuation zone C. Here is the site on our aerial map. You can see it outlined here in purple. It is just to the east of Dale Mabry Highway and just north of Hillsborough Avenue. The development pattern is commercial along Hillsborough Avenue. To the north of the site, you can see some multifamily development. And then as you transition over to the north and east, you move into some single-family detached uses. Here is the adopted future land use map. It's kind of a lot of colors going on here, but the site is recognized under the community mixed use 35 future land use designation. This red color is the community commercial 35 future land use designation. This blue color is the public semi-public, and I believe that is the St. Lawrence Catholic High School. You have Al Lopez Park to the south. And then right around here, we see Marie Antoinette Court. This line right here that's not really identified is the dividing line between Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa. So these land uses that you see north of there, those are residential land uses within Hillsborough County. Where was it? Okay, so the applicant is proposing a special use 2 to allow the development of a drive-through coffee retail. Typically within mixed-use developments, buildings shall be placed close to the public right-of-way and parking shall be placed at the rear of the development, as is in the case with this proposed development. The proposal also provides internal pedestrian connections within the site to ensure pedestrians can safely and accessibility access amenities within the site and connect from the store's entrance to the sidewalk on West Hillsborough Avenue, which is supported by the comprehensive plan. The applicant has proposed exterior building lighting and shade trees along the sidewalk to encourage pedestrian activity and enhance the streetscape and define the street edge. Additionally, the drive-through window is oriented internally and not towards the public right-of-way, meeting the intent of LU Policy 4.3.4. In conclusion, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the goals and objectives of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Any questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll first go ahead and share the aerial view of the property. As you see the property right here outlined in red. To the west here, you have a service station, as I'll show you in a picture to come. To the east, you have a restaurant, I believe it's a Wendy's, as I'll show you in pictures to come. To the north, you have a shopping center, as I'll show you. And to the south, you have Al Lopez Park and also St. Lawrence Catholic School right here to the south. I will now show the site plan provided by the applicant. The proposed special use 2 is for a restaurant drive-in. The subject site contains a total lot area of 0.75 acres. The site is currently vacant at this time. The proposed building will be 540 square feet, as you see right here to the south. Vehicular access to the site comes from the shopping center area to the north. The proposed request requires 3 parking spaces, and a total of 14 parking spaces are being provided by the applicant. The maximum building height is at 20 feet tall. I will now show the elevations provided by the applicant. As you see, the elevation to the east, the elevation to the west, the elevation to the south, and the elevation to the north. As I went out to the site and took pictures, I will show you what I saw. First picture I will show you is the So I am here on the north side of the site here. You have the vacant site. Here on the opposite side of the site, you'll have that West Hillsborough Avenue and Al Lopez Park behind that. To the north of the site, you'll have shopping centers, including a Walmart. Also, part of that strip of shopping centers, you'll have restaurants, commercial establishments. To the west of the site, you'll have that service station I spoke of. Another view, I'm actually right now standing inside the service station looking at the vacant site. On the opposite side of the vacant site, you'll have that restaurant I will show you. And this is that site to the east, the Wendy's restaurant. I will show you the site plan one more time. And I'm sure the applicant will explain it better. As you see the cars come in. You have the restaurant drive-in, and they'll go out to the north also. There are no waivers being requested by the applicant. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, the applicant must provide revisions to the revision sheet between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none. Petitioner?
Good evening. My name is Eric Almond. I'm the president of Almond Engineering. Address is 6277 DuPont Station Court East, Jacksonville, Florida 32217. Given how late it is tonight and for the sake of brevity, I'll keep my comments brief and concise. As Zane has described, Seven Brew is a new player to the coffee service industry for the state of Florida. They have a projected 176 stores I think they're trying to add to the Florida market, and this is the first one inside of Tampa. The reason we're here tonight is because we're in the West Shore Overlay District, and we are required to go through the special use application process because we are a restaurant use with a drive-through component. Again, here's our site. It's 3/4 of an acre. Access will be internal to the shopping center, and we feel that our request for the special use permit to be approved, and we think there's precedence with the Wendy's having a restaurant use and a drive-through immediately adjacent to our proposed project. The site plan before you has been extremely vetted with Zane and his staff. Our original site plan that we submitted back in October did not meet the land development regulations for the city of Tampa, nor the overlay district. It was strictly a corporate, here's the site plan, here's what we want done. And so there was a significant amount of coordination between Zane and his group, which was extremely helpful. And we finally have gotten to a site plan that meets the overlay district requirements, as well as the Tampa LDRs, as well as Seven Brew Corporate's, I guess, approval for their operational facilities as far as the vehicles entering and exiting the site. One item of note, we also did a lot of coordination with DOT. This site is encumbered with a legal agreement, and the legal agreement states that when the last out parcel of this commercial development is developed, the applicant is then going to be required to install a right turn lane into the existing commercial subdivision, or I'm sorry, commercial retail center. And then we're gonna have to make some safety upgrades to the geometry of the existing driveway entrance, and that's specifically because of some concerns DOT has for public safety. So in conclusion, I request approval of the SUP, and I'll leave it there.
Any questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, is there anyone in chambers that wishes to speak to agenda item 13, SU 223-01? Do we have anyone online, Madam Clerk? We have motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any further discussion? Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
File number SU 223-01, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit, SU 2, approving a restaurant drive-in in a CG, commercial general zoning district in the general vicinity of 3603 West Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and is more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date.
Second.
The proposed use is consistent with CMU 35 land use designation, which allows consideration of retail, general commercial uses, service, office, and residential uses. The use is located in a CG zoning district, does not request any waivers, and meets the general standards in section 27-129.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Golds?
Yes.
Vieira? Citro?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Information and reports. Councilman Carlson.
Yes, please. A few quick ones, hopefully. You may know Mario, stop me if anybody's done this already, but Mario Nunez's parents are hitting their 75th wedding anniversary. So I'd like to make a motion for accommodation to be presented off-site to congratulate Carmen and Phil Nunez on their 75th wedding anniversary.
Are they doing a baseball game or something?
Yeah, if one of you is going, you could take it. I just think we should do a motion, accommodation for them.
Do you know?
When is this thing?
No, off-site. I don't know when they're going to do something at a baseball
I think the game is Tuesday. It's like Tampa Tarpon game or something like that.
Yeah.
So if you're going, you could give it to them. But 75 years is a long time for a wedding anniversary.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Second one is motion for accommodation to be presented off-site to Kelly Flannery for 10 years of leadership at the South Tampa Chamber.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next three, just get reports from staff. I was told that Indian Rocks, one of the big issues, especially in South Tampa, is Airbnbs, and the state limits what we can do. But I understand Indian Rocks Beach just passed some regulations, and I'd just like to get an update from staff about what we can do. For example, limiting noise after 10 o'clock, things like that. So motion to ask city staff to report back at the August 31st workshop for discussion on the Indian Rocks Beaches regulations and other legal regulations for short-term rentals.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
We've talked several times about how we doubled the fines for leaf blowing into the gutters like 3 years ago, but people are doing it everywhere. So I'd like to motion to ask city staff to report back on August 3rd during staff reports as to how many fines have been issued for blowing leaves in the streets and gutters and what to do to enforce this ordinance.
Motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
Probably a lot of you have heard about Senate Bill 102. So I'd like to motion to ask it goes into effect July 1st. I'd like to motion to ask city staff to present during the July 13th staff reports as to the impact of Senate Bill 102 on the city of Tampa.
Which is the 102?
This is the one that deals with housing and
Okay.
affordable housing regulations.
Second,
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye.
July
Any
13th.
opposed? Motion carries.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira.
Really quick, if I may, I got to do some retroactive ones. I gave, and I know the office of Councilman Miranda and Councilman Carlson were there for this, to Ray Caldwood, a CALDWOOD, a Tampa City Council commendation, 100-year-old Buffalo soldier from the 92nd Regiment.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed? Motion carries.
I also gave a commendation Hillsborough County Bar Association Military and Veterans Affairs Committee for their 10-year anniversary.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Sunday, I think it is offsite, I'll be giving a commendation to our friends at the Penguin Project. It's an all disabilities play.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I am buying stock in commendations and in the wood. And then I motion for May 25th, if I may, for we always do a Memorial Day presentation and invite Gold Star families, if I may, that day at City Council.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Lastly, if I may, I had done and this council passed it. Y'all know our friend Karen Clay, who's such a wonderful woman, and her late son, Mike Phillips, who passed on about 3 years ago, I believe 3 years ago it was. And we had supported doing an honorary street renaming after Mike Phillips, and staff appears to be amenable to it. Obviously, we were previously amenable to it, but they requested that I do it again and set it for a time certain on June 15th of 2023. That's
a motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Council. Nothing
Motion
else.
carries. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you. I have a few motions. First one, a request by the Planning Commission to remove TACPA 23-03 from the May 25th, 2023, 5:01 p.m. adoption public hearing.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The second one is another request by the Planning Commission to remove TACPA 23-06 from the May 25th, 2023, 5:01 p.m. transmittal public hearing.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is any opposed? Motion carries.
And then a request by the Planning Commission to remove TACPA 23-06 from the August 31st, 2023, 5:01 p.m. adoption public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
And I would like to wish my father a very happy birthday, which is tomorrow.
Second.
Happy birthday.
64 years old. And today is actually would have been my grandmother's 96th birthday, so I'd like to acknowledge that too. But that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak. Nothing. Councilman Goode.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In a couple of months, the Brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi will be here in Tampa. It will be the first national convention of any Divine Nine or Greek organization in the history of Tampa. It will be named and called the Conclave on the Bay with a K, Kappa. So I would like to make a motion for Kappa Alpha Psi Research Accommodation for the 86th Grand Chapter meeting hosted here in the city of Tampa. It will be given off-site. I believe Cedric and myself will give it to them.
Motion made by Councilman Goode, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Councilman Miranda.
Yes, sir. Mr. Maniscalco, your father has a birthday with one of my friends, born on the same day.
Who?
Name is Pete Rose. He turns 82 tomorrow.
I heard that name.
Wasn't he a hockey player?
Yeah, the hockey
He
player.
played marble there in
Cincinnati.
7th Avenue with me and 15th Street.
When was the last time you talked to him? Are you calling today?
I'm gonna call him tomorrow.
That's great.
That's great.
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, he deserves it.
And
no juice. It's all real.
I'd like to ask, I believe early in the day this morning on the CRA, I made a statement that I was gonna ask the Finance Department to make a significant effort to find out in districts 4, 5, 6, and 7 to get the monies that we appropriated and funded certain areas, whatever it is that they spend in those areas, if it can, within 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever time they need to put those numbers together, so at least we have an idea what's going on.
You wanna do the June CRA meeting, or sooner than that?
June, we're off-site for workshop.
Oh, I'm sorry, it can't be a CRA motion. Never mind.
Well, I just wanted, we can distribute it and have a meeting on it after we look at it and digest it.
Okay,
I don't know what the numbers are.
second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's it.
If I hear no objection,
Move to receive and file.
move to receive and file. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.